Hi. Okay. Yes. Hello. Yeah. Hello. Good morning once again, and guten Morgen to our family from Germany. On behalf of the Fallen Walls Lab, Ghana, I bid you Akwaba. Can you put your hands together for yourselves one more time? This event, since its inception 10 years ago, 2016, has sought to do one major thing, and that's to create discourse spaces and create and promote communication between science, business, politics, and society. And today, like every other annual event we organize, we're here to look for that one idea, that one innovation, that science or business breakthrough that would help society and, of course, position Ghana to win at the grand finale in Berlin in November. My name is Periowuswe J. I'll be your moderator / MC for today, and I deserve another round of applause. This event is in cooperation with the DAAD Ghana, and of course, AHK, that's the Delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Ghana. We're also streaming live on our YouTube channel. Please do take note, and that is DAAD Ghana. Feel free to also scan your name tags, and you would have everything you need to know about the event. You would have the program lineup, you have the Slido board to have your people at home and friends connect with you and vote for you for being the best presenter for today, right? It also gives you the opportunity to share the link of our videos on your WhatsApp status. This event is proudly supported by the Federal Foreign Office, and I'm going to attempt to mention this in German. Museums for Nature Kunde, and DFG, that's Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft. It's a genuine attempt. Give me a hand again, please. The last one is Die Zeit Verlage Gruppe and academics. So these four supporting entities are also part of the reasons why we are here. To begin, we want to invite the Senior Programs Officer of DAAD Ghana, Mr. Felix Barnes, to give us the opening remarks. Can we give him a big round of applause?
Thank you very much, and welcome once again. I bring you greetings from our country director, Ms. Lina Loima. Unfortunately, she's in Germany right now, so she's watching live. And you're all welcome once again to this event. So distinguished guest innovators, scientists, researchers, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to Fallen Walls Lab, Accra, Ghana. So since 2016, as already been mentioned, we've hosted this lovely competition each year, and it reminds us of the remarkable creativity and innovation. In our very first year, actually, we even welcomed presenters all the way from Nigeria who came to Accra to present, and we welcome that cross-border collaboration here too. And today, there are many labs across West Africa as well. So actually happening today, right now, we have the Fallen Walls Lab Ibadan, Nigeria, happening now at the University of Ibadan. And this stage has allowed us to appreciate the innovation landscape in Ghana, and it is inspiring to see how far this has brought us. So to today's winner, we hope that in November in Germany, you would showcase the great diversity of our Ghanaian landscape, and hopefully you bring home the coveted Fallen Walls Lab winning award. So to all participants, I wish you all the best, and congratulations first also for being selected to present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. To also give us an opening remark, we have Professor Theresa Manfujura. She's head of the Department of Biochemistry, Cell and Molecular Biology of the University of Ghana. She's also a DAAD Research Ambassador. Please, can we give Professor Theresa a big round of applause?
Guten Morgen. Good morning, distinguished guests, innovators, scientists, and researchers gathered here. It is such a pleasure to welcome you all to the Fallen Walls Lab, Accra today. As we gather, not only to hear bold ideas, but to celebrate the spirit of discovery and courage to break down barriers in science and our society. As the DAAD Research Ambassador, I am proud to highlight the international nature of the research landscape in Germany. Collaboration across borders is at the heart of innovation, and Germany offers countless opportunities for researchers from around the world to connect, share knowledge, and push boundaries together. This lab reflects the same spirit, bringing Ghanaians' vibrant innovation ecosystem into the dialogue with the global stage. The winner of today's competition will represent Ghana at the grand finale in Berlin in November. That is not just a personal achievement, it is a chance to showcase the creativity, talent, and growing research and innovation landscape of Ghana to the world. I encourage our winner to carry that message proudly and to let Berlin see the strength of ideas born here in Accra, Ghana. So let us look forward to an inspiring day of pitches, discoveries, and breakthroughs. I wish every participant success, and to our eventual winner, the very best as you take Ghana's innovation story to Berlin. Thank you, and Dankeschön.
Another round of applause for Professor Theresa Manful-Jura. Thank you very much. And are my presenters ready? You don't sound ready. I want a loud yeah. Are my presenters ready? All right, the loudest is going to Berlin. I can tell you that for free. But before I introduce you to our presenters, please permit me to acknowledge our jury members in the house. Can you put your hands together for them? Each year they do this pro bono, sacrifice their time, expertise, just to help find that great idea, great innovation to help transform society. Please allow me to start with ladies first. Our first jury member is a communication strategist and youth advocate dedicated to advancing climate resilience and sustainable development in Africa. Through her leadership at the Green Africa Youth Organization and her extensive background in digital marketing and youth empowerment, she continues to shape impactful narratives and connect young people to opportunities to lead in the fight against climate change. Friends, please let's welcome Director of Communications for Green Africa Youth Organization, Thelma Nanama Agbakbe. You permit me, I sound like I got your name wrong. It's correct. Oh, come on, man. Put your hands together for me. Next, we have my dearest professor in the whole of University of Ghana, Professor Lydia Mosi. She's an associate professor of cell and molecular biology at the University of Ghana, internationally recognized for her groundbreaking research on Buruli ulcer and neglected tropical skin diseases. She recently received the prestigious ANSVAD Foundation Lifetime Achievement Award just last month for her decades of impactful work in the field. Friends, she's Associate Professor of Cell and Molecular Biology at the University of Ghana. Put your hands together for Professor Lydia Mosi. Oh, do it better, do it better. For those of you who saw it on the internet, she's making Ghana proud, and we are extremely excited about her. Next to her, we have a delegate who is part of the delegation of German industry and commerce in Ghana. He's a man who wears very nice jackets, clearly. He's the official representative of German business interests in Ghana. He leads the efforts to strengthen bilateral economic relations, support German companies entering the Ghanaian market, and foster partnerships with local industries. Friends, let's put our hands together for Dr. Michael Blank. Next to him, we have the jury chair, and he's a Ghanaian economist by training, an industrialist by calling, and a technology entrepreneur by choice. Serving as the CEO of Suku Technologies, a leading IT solutions firm with clients across Africa and Europe, he is none other than our own jury chair, CEO of Suku Technologies, Mr. Chonam Clance Akpelo. It's always good to see Prof. Monk because I'm reminded of how difficult math was for me in high school. But Professor Nick Monk is the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation German Research Chair in Mathematics and its applications at the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, Ames, Ghana. Please put your hands together for Professor Nick Monk one more time. Prof, if the applause is not enough, it's because we feared math so much. Next to Prof, we have Annalena Vossefall. She's the resident representative of KAS Ghana. And for those of you who want to have me say something in German again, I will not. It's just KAS Ghana. You can Google it. She's leading the foundation's work to strengthen democracy, rule of law, and sustainable development in the country. She represents KAS in Accra and oversees its projects within the Sub-Saharan Africa program. Put your hands together, friends, one more time for Annalena Vossefall. Last but certainly not the least, our seventh member of our jury is a man with a biblical name, Amishadai Ofori. He's a Ghanaian innovation coach, ecosystem builder, currently serving as deputy project manager at Innovation Spark, where he supports startups and entrepreneurs through project management, strategic planning, and innovation coaching. Put your hands together one more time for Amishadai Ofori. All right, now with our jury ready, I'm sweating like I'm one of the presenters already because I'm literally in your shoes at this point. My presenters, are you ready one more time? Please do take note of the following instructions. You have 3 minutes to pitch your idea, innovation, or business model to the jury. The jury have 1 minute to ask you questions if they want to. I would humbly ask that be detailed and concise as possible. The timer will be on the screen to my extreme left, and I believe on your right. So please, while you are asking lyrical, note that you have just 3 minutes. At the end of the 3 minutes, a bell will go, and whatever you say afterwards will not be taken into consideration. So work within that time space. Are you ready? Now we have the very first presenter to mount the lectern and present his pitch. And he's breaking the wall of active system. Please put your hands together for Frederick Ejapong from the Kumasi Technical University. My technical team, if you are ready, his time starts when he starts to speak.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Frederick Ejapon from Kumasi Technical University. Today, I'm breaking the wall of unsafe water using active system. We all know that in Ghana, our major issue is illegal mining, popularly known as galamsey. Illegal mining has made our water bodies toxic and unsafe for human consumption. this is not a future situation we are experiencing, it's a right now crisis we have. Families and inhabitants around these river bodies who consume this water end up with serious health damages such as kidney damages, amongst others. I intend to break this wall of unsafe water with a system called Active System. It's a smart multi-layer filtration system built from locally sourceable materials such as kaolin clay, fine sand, activated charcoal with sulfur impregnated in, with a collaboration with ultraviolet light incorporated in that one. The system has a filtration stage, a sterilization stage, then the result. With the system, first the polluted water into the input stage undergoes filtration. The fine sand and the clay filters the polluted. You see, galamsey water is highly turbid, so it filters it from the heavy particles within the water. Then from there, it moves to the kaolin clay. That one also does the same filtration. Then from there, it moves to a limestone to regulate the pH of the polluted water. After the pH is regulated, then it comes to the activated charcoal with sulfur impregnated in that. That one absorbs the dissolved ions such as mercury within the water body, making the water that has been filtered mercury-free or toxic-free. Then from there, it goes to the UV sterilization stage. That stage kills the bacteria and viruses within the water, making it safe for human consumption. At the end of the filtration process, the water that we have is a water that meets whose standards of drinking water. And this is where I bring my presentation to an end. Thank you very much, and your questions are welcome.
Hello. Hi, Frederick.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one. Thelma, Lydia, Michael.
Thank you very much. It's an excellent idea, and I guess everybody here in the room agrees that this is definitely an important step to let the wall fall. But my question is, you're talking about a filtration process. I'm not a chemist, but my question is it some special filtration process, or could everybody do this? What is your unique selling point?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. With the filtration process, the materials that we are using, the kaolin clay, the fine sand, the activated charcoal, they do the filtration process. It can be done, but it's an idea to break the wall of unsafe water. The filtration process, what makes it different is that the UV sterilization we've incorporated within the system makes the system, the system is autonomous. It works on its own. It has sensors and everything to monitor the filtration process going on within the system. And if there is maybe the end water that comes out from the filtration does not meet the WHO's requirements standards, then the system automatically shuts down. It stops, and a buzzer plus an LCD light gives an alert that there is a problem with the system, so it needs repair or maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick?
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Clearly a very important problem, and you have an interesting approach, but have you been able to kind of test these ideas? Do you have a working prototype, for example?
For now, thank you very much for the question. For now, it's an idea I'm proposing. We've not built the prototype yet. we are trying to target household level to build a prototype. So after that one, then we know whether it's worked or then if there are changes we have to make, then we do that one. So for now, it's an idea I'm presenting. Thank you very much.
Anna.
Thank you very much. I was actually checking the price of professional water filters not too long ago because I thought of buying one myself. And I found that professional water filters who filter out all the different chemicals, heavy metals, acids that are actually used in galamsey are very expensive because they have to combine different filtration systems to get all of the elements that are used in galamsey really out of the water. So my question would be, because they have different characteristics and they dissolve or are being washed out in different ways, the filtration system that you introduced, would it actually address heavy metals, chemicals, acids, all in the same way? Because it's one filtration system, does it work for all of the things that are used in the galamsey context?
Thank you very much for the question. The answer is yes. It can be used for all the dissolved, everything that the galamsey water contains. It can filter that.
Thank you very much. That will be the last
question.
one.
One last question.
Just one last question from.
Also to corroborate the earlier question by Dr. Nick, I want to know the scalability of it. Sorry, it was anyway. How easy is it to get it to everyone in galamsey communities? You mentioned that the ingredients are easy to access. So how easy will it be for anyone in the community to either you give them the instructions to set it up themselves or to get access to it? So that's for scale. And just for you to know that KNUST has a similar idea under their AI for SD project. So it might be a good thing to take a look at it and see how you might be able to adopt it. So just answer that question. How easy you think anyone at all can get access to your
okay. Thank you very much for the question. With the accessibility, I and my team will design the system for you because of the sensors and everything that the system incorporates. We have to design the system, then we sell it to those who want to buy it. And besides, within the rural areas, most of them use simple filtration methods like cloth filtration, charcoal filtration, and those filtration methods just filter out maybe the odor within the water, and some might filter the dissolved, the cloth filtration like this might filter the dissolved, the metal, silt within the water. But our system like this, it does that aspect, and then the mercury that's dissolved in the water, which the cloth filtration and other single filtration methods can do. The system does that, making the water safe and meeting the whole standard for drinking water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, you can take your seat, Frederick. Can I give him a hand? And I'd like to humbly plead with our jury that you have 1 minute as well. We'll be tempted to put your time on the screen as well.
No, that's very tight.
That's very tight, so please, you have to manage it. And I have to add that in Berlin, you don't get the chance to respond to questions. It's 3 minutes, and if you are done under 3 minutes, then they can ask questions. If you exhaust 3 minutes, you are done. So be detailed as possible, like I said earlier, so that you make the job for the juries easier, right? Thank you. So next we have Mr. Jonathan Kenneth Soa from Innovators STEM Centre, and he is breaking the wall of STEM access. Can we give him a big round of applause?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Kennedy Soa from Innovators STEM Centre, and we are breaking the wall of STEM access. Nearly 1 billion students globally are growing up without access to STEM education, and in Ghana, it's over 6.9 million. These students are being taught STEM, but theory, they never build. And I had to drop out of school at 13 years old to go and work at an internet cafe just to have access to a computer. This is the world we are trying to break. Schools are finding it very hard to get expensive kits because they are expensive, and then the labs take a long time for them to build. So we created Code VR. Code VR is breaking this wall. Code VR allows an ordinary mobile phone or device to be able to become an AI-powered STEM lab. With Code VR, students can build and simulate robots virtually. They can build circuits virtually and then simulate them. This allows students to understand the relevance of the science, the maths, the engineering, and the computing concepts they are learning in the classroom through real-world application. This is not an idea, jury. This has been piloted with Ghana Education Service and the Ministry of Education. We've reached over 25,000 students. We've trained over 2,500 teachers and worked with over 100 schools across the country. Sorry, okay. And we are just beginning. We have piloted digitally in over 3 African countries, and we are, yes, in over 3 African countries. Thank you.
Yes, Thelma.
Questions?
Thelma, any question? Lydia.
Thank you for Code VR. It would have been nice to see the interface, the prototype, or something like that. Can you just briefly tell us what it looks like in real life? I know you were mentioning a phone can be turned into a STEM lab, but is it something which is projected so that more than one person can see? How does it work?
Yeah, so it's a digital platform, right? It's a mobile app and then a web app. So students log on where they can build robots virtually. The teacher has a dashboard that sees the weaknesses of the student and then their progress. They are able to track what they are doing. So yes, students can use it, and then it's being used in scale.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Does it work online and offline?
Yes, we have offline accessibility because of the context we created it for. We created it mainly for Africa. So the offline accessibility part is really important to us.
Does the interface also allow you to see if the robot would actually work, if you would build it?
It will work. It has a simulator. So once the robot is built, it is simulated. And then once it's built, you code it, and then you simulate it. So you see how the robot is moving. And then whether it's completing the tasks that you've coded it to do.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I'm curious, it's called Code VR. Is there a virtual reality element? Is there a headset element?
Yeah, so the VR in our Code VR means virtual robots. So we use robotics because it incorporates all aspects of STEM. It makes students understand the relevance of the maths, the science, the computing, and engineering they are learning better through real-world application.
Thank you. Jonathan, congratulations once again. So you see, there are several of these innovative ideas around the EdTech and so on. How new is yours, and how different is it from everyone?
Code VR is a novel platform. It is way advanced than Scratch because this allows you to build robots virtually, program them, build circuits, even train your own AI models. And there is no other platform like that in the world.
Interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hold on just for one last question.
Just one quick one. Thank you for your presentation. What educational level are you targeting with that?
So K-12 to university. We recently worked with the University of Education with about to train teachers on how to use it in the classroom.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very, very much. And clearly you saw Jonathan use less than 3 minutes, so it was added to his question time. And thank you, my jury, for being helpful in managing time for us. Next, we have Kirk Adam from Kirk Machines, and he is breaking the wall of fuel-dependent agriculture. Please let's give him a hand.
Good day, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
It's going.
Please let's restart
yeah,
the
let's
time when
restart the
he
time,
starts.
This not it. No, this. Okay. So it's not showing on the screen. Okay. Good day, distinguished. Sorry, let me take it again. Good day, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Across Africa, smallholder farmers are hiding behind the walls of low productivity. And UNICEF has also made 70% of these smallholder farmers rely on manual labor. On top of this, there's vulnerable climate change, labor-intensive farming, expensive fuel machinery, and also unemployment. So our solution to this problem is a single-row manually operated planter, which is fuel-free, affordable, and also accessible to our smallholder farming.
Proceed. You are not starting again, so proceed.
Okay. So our solution is a single-row manually operated planter. And with a single-row manually operated planter, it's fuel-free. It does not rely on the use of fuel. It also has a multiple seed options like beans, maize, and okra. And on top of that, it's environmentally friendly, user-friendly, and also we create employment through that because it's locally manufactured, distributed, and also operated. So with a hopper full, you'll be able to plant 0.66 acres of land, and the hopper takes a weight of 5 kg of seed. So as a business, we look forward to giving the end users a fuel-free planter, a simple operated planter, and also a planter where the smallholder farmer will be able to purchase and scale up their productivity. We are not just breaking the wall with our single-row manually operated planter. We are also looking forward to increasing the economy among rural communities, creating jobs and employment among these rural communities, and on top, making agriculture attractive to the youth and people that are enthusiastic into going into the field of agriculture. So as a business, we have our target market as smallholder farmers and also cooperative mechanization providers. So we as a business are not just bringing innovation, we contribute to the SDG goals 1, 8, and also 12. It's 12. So together, we are not just manufacturing a planter, we are breaking the walls of fuel-dependent agriculture and also making agriculture accessible to the smallholder farmer to scale up productivity and also increase yield. Thank you.
Arju, you have 2 minutes so that he can clarify for the technical mishap.
You said it's locally produced here in Ghana. What is the price of it?
The price, a unit goes for 2,500 Ghana cedis.
Yes, Kirk, great job. How many farmers have you been able to give it to, and can you give us impacts after they've used your planter?
Okay, so we had a prototype. We took it to Adan in Greater Accra region and Nobi in the Eastern region. So as a business, we have about 100 smallholder farmers being our B-shed market. So we prototyped the first model, which was fully metallic. We had to evaluate, reach out to our end users, and know their pain point. So with that, we developed the new model, yet manufactured. So we have carried out the prototypes with these 100 smallholder farmers, and we have gathered feedback to develop this model.
Feedback. Is this something they like?
Yeah. So looking at Adan and Nubi especially, most of the farmers there are female, and they are also aged female smallholder farmers. So with the process of going to pay for manual labor, they express a feeling where they like, okay, manual labor is too expensive. So if a planter can be leased to me at a price of 150, and I'll pay for manual labor at a price of 200 cedis, which the planter would be 3 times faster than the manual labor, and also with precision planting, that's the best option. So with the evaluation, we spoke to them, and they're like, okay, if after the prototyping, if we can get something like this, it's also okay for the pocket, because not all of them can purchase the expensive full-powered machinery.
Thank you. Any question? Okay. Good luck.
Hopefully, we are done with the technical issues. Next, we have Nicholas Konla from KOA Tutors, and he's breaking the wall of late cocoa infestation detect. Can we give him a big round of applause as he stands up to deliver his pitch? All right. Oh, you came so silently like a ninja.
All right. So on the screen, you can see a pictorial representation of, first it was fragrance, but now it turns to fire. A devastation thought of every cocoa farmer is the end production. How is it going to look like? How is the harvest going to be lost? Cocoa is one of Ghana's richest cash crops, of which benefits cocoa farmers and the economy in general. But despite its importance, cocoa production goes through a serious loss due to pest and parasite infestations. If cocoa trees could talk, cocoa trees would tell their owners when infestation has begun. But unfortunately, cocoa trees cannot talk. But however, research has shown that whenever cocoa trees or plants in general are under pest and parasite infestation, they release certain organic compounds into the atmosphere. These organic compounds are called volatile organic compounds. Now, our solution is that our proposed solution is aiming to detect these invincible gases that are released into the atmosphere with CocoGuard, a combination of volatile organic compound sensors and environmental sensors. Why this fusion? Volatile organic compounds are released by the plant under stresses, but also normal conditions like temperature and humidity also affects the plants and also causes them to release these stresses. And so depending only on volatile organic compounds to attribute it to a plant infestation will not be enough. So the combination of environmental sensors and the volatile organic compound sensors would help us detect these emissions of these gases and then help farmers to get an early alert for them to apply the various treatments. Farmers, as we know it, they follow regular routines and also they use visible symptoms on the plants to actually apply treatments. But by the time the treatment will be applied, the damage has been done. Our impact is that it's going to help farmers get early alert systems to help them know that infestation has begun, for treatments to be very, very good. And also, it would help together in the nation's economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm interested in whether this is locally produced because we had to ship air quality sensors, and I know the price of these things are very high, and also whether it's going to give recommendations to the smallholder farmers.
Okay, so per my system, I'm using sensors like MQ135, MQ3, and BME 680. These are, in the market, they are very cheap and cost-effective prices. They have very cheap prices. Sorry, they have they are not expensive in the market. And so when we bring this idea into reality, giving it out or selling it out to smallholder farmers will not be at a very expensive price. That is what I'm trying to say.
Two quick questions. First one, is this connected to the farmer's phone?
Yes, there's going to be an alert system.
Okay. Second thing, farmers traditionally have a routine.
Yes.
When they do things.
Yes.
I'm trying to see if this is going to avoid that routine, because farmers know they would have to plant at this month, they would have to spray in these months. What added value is this bringing?
So farmers have routines on how they go about cocoa production, but this is going to give an added value to the farmer's routine, so that he knows that despite his routines, if infestation has started, he has to tackle infestation before it spreads.
How many different sensors do you need in order to fully cover a regular size cocoa area?
All right. So research has been done on the type of volatile organic compounds that cocoa releases into the atmosphere. And so for now, since it is at the conceptual stage, I can say 4.
4 for an acre, for...
Four sensors, the MQ135 for compounds like alcohols and benzenes, then
the scale of the land. So 4 sensors for the scale of the land. What's the scale of the land?
Yes. So it is a sensor that senses this. So it has to be closer to the plant. So if you have a 4 plot, you would have to divide the plot into 4 quarters, so that you can have 4 sensors stack up in all these 4 areas, so that it can better sense these outputted gases and give.
I don't think I directly got the answer, but the follow-up question to how expensive it is. Can you give me how much is the sensor after you have finished building it? How much are you going to sell 1 unit for?
Okay. If I'm to give you a rough estimate,
yes,
it will be less than 200 cedis.
For a sensor?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, you can search up the price of MQ135 and then the other sensors.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you too.
Thank you very, very, very much. Next we have Benedicta Ahin-Forson, and she is from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. She's breaking the wall of elderly care access. Let's give her a big round of applause.
My 81-year-old father had a severe fall last year and needed urgent care at home. My siblings and I had all moved out to different cities for work, and finding someone we could trust to manage his daily meals, mobilization, and medication became a nightmare. Eventually, my sister had to leave her job and return back home to take care of him until he passed away. This is not just my family story. This is Ghana's hidden crisis. Nearly 2 million people in Ghana are over 60 years. And according to the World Health Organization, 56% of them require some form of assistance, some sort of daily care assistance and support. The traditional family system that once supported the aged is breaking down due to rapid urbanization and global migration. It's separating children from their aging parents. And then when emergencies occur, these aging parents are left to rely on hospitals that are already overwhelmed or informal and unsafe networks. Meanwhile, thousands of trained health professionals and millions of young people in Ghana remain unemployed. The demand is very desperate. The supply exists, but the infrastructure connecting them is entirely broken. And this is why we are building AgeMates. AgeMates connects older adults and their distant families into vetted network of trained caregivers and health professionals who provide care from the comfort of your home. It works via an AI matching and triage system that connects the families, match their needs to the skills of the caregivers, triage your urgency, and then it also ensures that we track care activities and then provide real-time updates for families in distant places. And it is accessible both offline and online. By doing this, we are reducing the reliance on congested hospitals in Ghana, and we are also providing jobs to the many youth that are unemployed in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Benedicta. So this is a great idea, but I know of a couple of agencies that do produce this service. My question is, what is novel about your breakthrough idea? Because, look, the importance of this exercise is how novel your idea is. So please let us know how innovative your idea is.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So most of the current solutions to this problem, it's either very expensive for the people who actually need it, and most of it is also mostly online. But we have combined both online and offline access, whereby a villager in the village can easily dial a USS code or use voice-based IVRs to easily access, and then our AI does the magic in the background, which triages all your agencies. If you need a caregiver, it gives you a caregiver. If you need a medical professional, it gives you a medical professional. And at the end of the day, it collates all that is happening and sends you the feedback via a live dashboard.
I'm just seeing an issue with the amount of caregivers and medical doctors that are probably available to connect to this service, because you mentioned there's a lot of, potential people in the workforce who have, in my opinion, not been trained to deliver this kind of service on the scale that I think you're envisioning with the app.
All right. Thank you for that. So if you look at this very carefully, you see that is what most Africans are providing in the Western world currently. And per my research, what most of them do is that beside from your professional certificates that you have, they ask you to do courses tailored to what you are going to provide to the families. And that is what we are looking at replicating here in Ghana.
All right, thank you, Benedicta. Very similar to Dr. Annalina's question. So I have an aging dad, very similar to yours. Many emergencies where he almost died, but fortunately there were people around the house to take him to the hospital. My question is, how soon is the response that you get from your device? I'm imagining you don't have a present caregiver, but people on apps ready to respond to alerts. So what's the response rate? Because it's a very critical time response.
Yes, thank you for the question. So think of it like an Uber. The minute you key in the request, somebody is on standby waiting. So that is why we are hoping to onboard a lot of caregivers and medical professionals, so that anytime you are in need of a caregiver or a health worker, and besides these two people, one other thing that the AI does is that it's able to triage what's going on and be able to, if you need an emergency service, automatically connect with the National Emergency Service or the ambulance and immediately mobilize one your way.
Ability to tell a story is remarkable. What is missing is everything that you answered when we asked you questions, right? So you need to include that in your 3 minutes.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Are we good to go?
Thank you very much. Mr. Akwelo, for a second I was waiting for your usual, you can go and sit down. But it didn't come. But I hope we're all grasping what we are supposed to do as presenters. And the click you have in your hand, just click to the right, and then you move to your presentation, and then we can carry along. The next presenter is Ray Inkum from Medulla Digital, and he is breaking the wall of immersive training technology for TVET in Africa. Indeed, he was supposed to be our very last presenter, but he has to be a part of an e-learning training session in a few minutes. So we had to break the wall of delay in his life. So this is his time. Can we give him a big round of applause?
Gratitude to the organizers for the opportunity and for helping me with the timing situation. Now, training technology in Africa is at a medium. There are a lot of people who are trying to pick up skills but are unable to. Africa's youth dividend is supposed to be our biggest superpower. About 150 million youth will be the dominant youth majority in Africa, in the world actually. About 35% of youth in Africa, in the world, will be African. But we are not able to upskill them quickly enough. So the AI factor is also one of the largest risks that has to be mitigated. We are hearing from the frontier labs that AI is going to, at the very least, change the nature of a lot of jobs. It's one of the biggest revolutions to happen in the skills and jobs market. How are we preparing for that? How are we ensuring that by the time AI is getting to that point, that 150 million youth will have skills, will have decent jobs, will have some opportunities in life that will not be just wiped away. So Africa needs a lot of skilled labor. For us to be able to industrialize and develop, we need so many people who are welders, who can build bridges, who can produce vaccines, and that level of training simply doesn't exist currently. So we are doing a lot. Ghana has actually released TVET report recently. Africa has released TVET report recently that show that the number of people where we are enrolling is increasing. But at the same time, the number of people who are getting jobs is decreasing. Why is that? Because the training doesn't match the industry demands. So this is a huge gap. It's like pouring water into a basket. We are training a lot of people, but we are not able to get them jobs. And the reason that is happening is because they don't have the skills. And we don't have the infrastructure to build the virtual labs or the simulation labs that they need. So TVET allows you to, virtual reality allows you to train millions of people without the infrastructure. Anyone with a headset can simulate various complex industrial processes like welding without needing a physical lab to do it in. On top of that, smart glasses are becoming a real force multiplier. Smart glasses have AI and video inference that you can put on and learn about any task without, again, needing the physical infrastructure and without necessarily needing a trainer throughout the whole process. So these two technologies are what we bring into the market. We have simulated training platforms that allow millions of Africans to earn these key skills, to find decent jobs. After they are done with their training, they also get smart glasses that have AI inference and support them real time with whatever they are tasked to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have you piloted this already? What are the statistics?
Yes, we have one pilot with a company called iEngineering. They are electronics manufacturer and have infrastructure all across Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. So with their Ghana office, we did a fire training for them where they were able to simulate fire training procedures for 30 of their staff.
You're talking about virtual simulations and smart glasses. What is so unique about your approach?
Well, we have simulated trainings that are certified. So a lot of trainings are just for fun, but the interactions are not by the pedagogical structure for acquiring TVET skills. So they are used in various markets, and with a number of hours of training, you can actually get certified by various CTVET organizations as a skilled operator. So that's the value proposition that we have.
Thank you for your presentation. Are you seeing this as an activity you would do independently, or would it be linked to existing educational establishments like universities, technical colleges?
Yes, yes. So we want to partner with a lot of educational institutions. We also know that the Ghana CTVET is planning a TVET MIS, which is a management information system that this can be plugged into so that your skills are validated after every module.
Thank you. Well, I see the value in the idea in terms of accessibility. I'm wondering if it can really substitute for working with the actual material, because I think if you're a welder, if you're a person who works with wood or any kind of materials, getting a feeling for the reactiveness and how the material responds to what you do with it, isn't that kind of crucial for the learning experience?
Yes, it is, absolutely. And that's why the interaction design is so important. And once you put it on, the level of realism is high. So whenever you do something, there's an effect, and you can see how it would be in the real world. Of course, it won't substitute all the training, but it can take up a good % and get you up there.
Thank you, Ray. And how involved are you in the design of the smart glasses? Is this something you purchase, or are you involved in the design of it?
So we purchase these, but the real work is the AI models that live inside. That's what has the vision model to see what you are doing. It has the inference to advise you on the next steps. So without anyone actually guiding you, the AI has the process, which is what we create, and then we just embed it on the smart glasses, which we get from providers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we go back to our regular chronological order. So presenter number 6 is from the University of Ghana, and she speaks about breaking the wall of geodetic invisibility. I believe University of Ghana is doing a great showing here. Please help me welcome Khadija Saha Ayuba.
Good day, everyone. So, it's a pleasure meeting you all. Yes. Imagine living in a place where your house has no address, no street name, no official address. Maybe even not properly recognized on digital maps. So in many of our communities, when someone orders a delivery or calls an ambulance, they often give directions like, oh, if you reach the gutter there, you ask the Kenke Senator, oh, I'm going to Sister Marbane's house. Now imagine an ambulance trying to locate someone in a very serious situation. Imagine the driver is very tense. The driver is saying, oh, where is this place? I'm confused, whatever. This is what I call geodetic invisibility. In many of our informal settings, the traditional system of addressing often fails because it depends on roads, street names, and formal urban planning. So I begin asking myself, what if addressing did not really depend on streets or house numbers at all? That's where my proposed solution comes into place. And it is known as the Discrete Global Grid System, commonly known as the DGGS. So in this solution, we use a precise mathematical grid to give exact geographic location to houses, to roads, based on their exact coordinates. So when this solution is put into place, emergency responders can find the residents, logistics companies will no more face navigation issues, and drone deliveries will be much more simple compared to reaching a junction and asking someone that I'm going to this place. So this is what I am proposing, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
How different, thank you for your presentation, but how different is this from what the Uber drivers use, for instance?
Okay.
Or what our former vice president brought, what is that thing called?
Okay, so Uber drivers, and they try to locate people, but my solution will give where they are trying to locate the permanent address. Because the Uber needs to find the location. And even sometimes when you take the Uber and you reach a junction, you now have to tell the Uberman, please branch here. It's right after the gutter. But then the house already has the number. So this solution will be linked to your phone number. So immediately you make a delivery, immediately you call an ambulance, immediately you order an Uber. Your house number is immediately linked to your phone number. So the Uber driver now knows that, oh, this is the house number I'm going to. So we now have just simple posters, maybe house number 1, A2, A3, A4. So immediately the Uber driver sees, oh, I'm going to Medina, house A4. He doesn't have to ask. He just goes, he sees the house, then he enters.
Does this system work in rural areas as well, or is it just for cities?
No, it's for everywhere, but we need to start with where the problem is very critical, and that's the rural areas. These rural areas, they struggle a lot to, sometimes they even have to get to the main road to direct the ambulance inside. But then we start with the rural areas first before we come to the formally urban planned infrastructure places.
So for this to actually work, you would also have to connect all of the governmental services with the system. That means you would have to roll it out for hospitals, police,
Yes.
security forces, etc. So that would have to be embedded in some kind of governmental policy or initiative to work properly.
Yes, exactly. That's why this is something that actually requires collaboration. Even we can use students. I'm a geography student. They have geography students that are very good in GIS and remote sensing. We can volunteer. We don't need to pay them. Everyone wants to volunteer. So even internships, we can get them into it so that we use them to start, and everyone will benefit.
Thank you,
We are all good
Khadija.
to go.
I'm glad you mentioned that you're a geography student. My question was going to be, what's the science behind it? Is it based on mathematical models? And have you done any initial academic theory behind it, or is it just an idea now?
Yes, it's just an idea, but I actually wanted to test it out. So I used QGIS to map out. I actually used my house, then the next house to map out. Then I did the grids, and it actually worked.
Okay.
It actually worked, and as you can see. So for instance, this is Medina. This is house 1, house 2, house 3, house 4.
Okay.
So that's
All
how
right.
it's going
Thank
to be
you.
like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joel Senyo Ahiaji, and he is from the University of Energy and Natural Resources. He speaks on...
Ernest is not here.
I beg your pardon. Oh, Ernest is first. My bad. Greatest apologies. Next, we have an Sampon Dakon from the University of Development Studies, and he is breaking the wall of high animal protein feed cost in Ghana. Can we give him a big round of applause?
Good morning. My name is Ernest Sampon Dakon from the University for Development Studies. Popular actor Charlie Chaplin once said, "Whoever feeds an animal feeds his very own soul." But feed cost, which consumes 70% of the cost of production of animal farmers, has become a major challenge in Ghana. In 2020, Ghana is on record to have imported 90,000 tons of soya into our country as feed meal. This is because demand has outstripped supply, and this problem is expected to grow by 10% up to 2028 because demand has outstripped supply. I introduced to you lamina minor, popularly known as dark wheat, as an alternative protein source in animal feed formulation. It contains the same elements or the protein percentage the soya bean and the fish meal we import most are offering, 30% to 40% growth rate. This also grows by 48 hours because its biomass increases at a temperature of between 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, same as the soya bean. But what differentiates it is that, aside animal feed, it contains saponins and flavonoids, which are immune booster properties, so which boost the immunity of the birds or the animals against viral and bacterial infections. It also saves the farmer 30% of their cost of production because it increases its biomass by 48 hours in cultivation period. So we subject it to a parabolic solar dryer and a miller to mill it into powder form. As you see, we always fetch it from the surface of the water under these conditions I stated. Then the parabolic solar dryer dries it, reduces the moisture content, but the nutrients is still regained because of the solar dryer we use. It takes time to dry it. And we've subjected it to 5 tests from CSR Food Research Institute, salmonella, acid insoluble ash, moisture content, and the others. This contributes to the SDGs. SDG 1, no poverty, because it also creates jobs for local farmers, especially smallholder farmers in rural areas. Aside that, it also contributes to SDG 13 because it absorbs carbon dioxide, hence it also regulates greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ernest. So it appears that your big thing is cost. And that you said this is relatively cheaper, right?
Yes.
So tell us more about that. How much is it? How easy is it to produce? Are you going to set up the processing plant here in Ghana to produce it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've already started the piloting. So the current price of the soya, that's the 50 kg is 500 Ghana cedis. But this is 350 Ghana cedis, saving the farmers almost up to 30% of their cost of production. Aside that, we have also tried it with about 60 farmers in Adesso, the eastern region. There's the local poultry farmers on a free trial basis. And after 38 weeks, the percentage laying of the eggs was the same as the soya bean and the fish meal at a 80% laying rate, which means it serves as a very good alternative for the farmers, especially the smallholder farmers who cannot afford the soya bean. Because sometimes you go to some of the farmers, because they cannot afford the protein sources, they get maize, yellow maize, and they get wheat bran. Wheat bran produces fiber, then the yellow maize carbohydrate. Then they just miss it. And in feed formulation, if you want the best out of it, it's what you input, is what you get out.
The answer is too long because, hello.
Thank you for this. To make 1 kilogram of your dried duckweed, how much surface area do you need?
Okay. Normally we postulate it to 5 kg, but 1 kg we will need about 5 kg. Thank you very much. So we need a surface area, a collection of 50 kg, because when you fetch it from the wet surface, when you dry it, it reduces. So you need about 50 kilogram of the wet surface of the dry.
So
that is about just half an acre. Half a plot of land, or half a plot of the pond area.
Thank you. There's one last question for you.
So it seems like a quite water-intense process. Is that correct?
Please come again.
Water. That you need a lot of water to grow it. Is that right?
Yes.
My understanding. So can you use it everywhere? Like what happens if you have drought? What happens if you want to grow it in areas where water is less available? And if we're also looking at issues like water that is probably not safe anymore if we talk about saying such things.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm grateful for that question. Yes. Because it's very risky to use chlorinated water to cultivate it. It doesn't strive well with chlorinated water. So we don't use pipe-borne water to cultivate it, but rather we use natural rainfall water and also water from streams. And wastewater is also a water treatment because naturally it also absorbs nitrogen and phosphorus in wastewater. Hence, most factories use it as a cleaning plant to clean wastewater.
Thank
On
you,
the
Ernest.
issue of the okay.
My question is this a supplement or is it a real feed? And how do you compare that to inventions like the black soldier fly that others are using?
Thank you very much. So it's a supplement because in feed formulation, you need your carbohydrate, your protein, and your fiber, and also your premise. So this is supplementing soya bean and fish meal. That's the protein sources, which is very expensive for the smallholder farmers.
Thank you, Ernest. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest. You can take your seat. Ernest doesn't want to leave the stage. So strategically, he answered the questions taking the longer route. He might have to get Khadija's app so that it takes him straight to the answer of the question. Alrighty. Can we have Joel Senyo Ahaji from the University of Energy and Natural Resources? He speaks on breaking the wall of AI bi-directional Ghanaian sign language translation. Give him a big, big round of applause.
Okay, distinguished jury, fellow innovators, we are in the fourth industrial revolution where artificial intelligence is changing everything. Now, as we harness this technology to build our future and solve some of Africa's most difficult problems, we have to ask ourselves a very important question: that who are we leaving behind? My name is Joel, and today I'll be taking you on a journey on how we will break the wall of deaf exclusion in our society using AI bi-directional Ghana sign language translation, right? So we human beings are social beings. What this means is that communication is like our most fundamental need. Yet thousands of deaf Ghanaians face total isolation as they are unable to maybe consult a doctor independently or follow a simple lecture, or even just walk up to the watcher woman and say, Hajia, I'm buying watcher for 5 cedis. deaf exclusion, ladies and gentlemen, all because our languages are structurally different. Now, how do we break this wall? We are building a bidirectional AI engine. And by bidirectional, I mean a system that would allow us to have a conversation to flow back and forth. Now, on one side, when a hearing person speaks, right, the AI is able to capture the grammar and reconstruct the grammar in such a way that it maps it out onto the virtual avatar for the avatar to sign it like a normal human being would do. On the second side, when a signer or a deaf person signs into his normal phone camera, the AI is able to detect the gestures made and reconstruct those gestures back into the text output or the speech format. Now, how do we make this very practical for the everyday Ghanaian where internet connectivity isn't always the best? We build the system in such a way that it uses minimal data on the user side. So we do all the heavy lifting on the server side. So the user just uses minimal data to do the translation. Now, to scale this for Africa and the world beyond, our base architecture is built purely on modularity. What this means is that we've made it very easy to be able to just plug in already existing language models to be able to translate. So you get something like, okay, Ga to sign language. So you speak Ga, it's able to translate it for you. You speak Ewe, it's able to translate it for you, right? So now, what makes this a very, I would say a continental breakthrough is that we are making it totally open source. What this means is that we are not just building an app. We are building a digital public infrastructure where developers from across the world can simply just take our engine, plug in their own local language model, and be able to translate it for them. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is how we seek to break the wall of deaf exclusion in our society. Thank you.
I like it. It's nice. You said it's open source. So how are you going to make money at all?
Okay, so it is free for the everyday user, but just like the best open source AI companies, they rely on the B2B enterprise model, meaning they give it free for the individuals who need it most and charge institutions that are mandated to give accessibility to everybody. So something like a hospital who is mandated to give equal access to everyone would charge them to pay. So in terms of sustainability, we use the B2B model to subsidize for those that we are giving it to them for free.
A related question.
Yeah.
If Google came out with a similar idea next week, how could you survive?
I didn't get a question.
My question is, if Google or another big company came out with a similar idea next week, how could you survive?
Okay, so our innovation is putting it in the hands of everybody. So Google, I wouldn't want to assume, but then we want to make it in such a way that everybody can have it. So Google will not come and solve the aware person's problem. So we are building the engine that will allow you to speak aware and have it translated in sign language. So the deaf person who understands only aware can just use it. And I'm sure Google will not solve that problem. So we are targeting all the local languages in Ghana.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for really, really interesting idea. Do you have a demonstrator yet? Have you actually
Yeah, so
shown that
it's in
this can
two
work?
phases. It's in two phases. The sign to text and the text to sign. So we are done with the sign to text part. So that part is functional. We are into the text to sign. That's the next part.
And if I may, is this AI continually learning as people are using it? Then?
Yes.
So it gets better and better.
Yeah.
How do you try to compensate for the lack of access to local languages in large language models? Because that is a structural problem.
Yes. So that is why we're making it open source. And like I said, we built it on modularity, meaning it will be very easy to use already existing language models. Something like Kaya AI, they have a broad language. They cover a lot of local languages. They have APIs that we can just use to translate from other local languages. So we have data sets out there that can just allow us to do that.
All right, thank you, Joe. My question is, how data heavy is it? We know AI requires compute power.
Yes.
What's the size of it and how easy is it to download and use? And then the second question to you is, KNUST is actually doing something very similar and they are far advanced. Curious to know if you have interface with them in any way, so that you are not replicating what they have already done and you can learn from their models.
Yeah. So based on what I know of KNUST's innovation, they are just building the agent to translate it in one way. our innovation is making sure that every developer or any developer can simply pick the engine and don't have to build it from scratch. So if KNUSC is focusing on just one language, we are making it in such a way that any developer, maybe in Nigeria, can just pick a Yoruba local language model and plug it in and be able to do it for themselves.
Thank you, Joel.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. Next, we have Hilary Aite from the Radford University College. She speaks on breaking the walls of invisible toxic exposure. Can we give her a big round of applause?
Where do I press to move?
Click, yes, to the right, and you can move it.
Okay. Good morning. Once again, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Hilary Aite from Radford University College, and I'll be presenting on breaking the walls of invisible toxic exposure in the human body. Now, a couple, both illegal miners, in the Talensi district of the Upper East region, were eagerly anticipating the arrival of their baby. When the baby was born, it was discovered that the baby had no genitals, making it difficult to determine the sex of the child. This is a reality most families face in mining communities. In Galamsey communities, heavy metals such as mercury, cadmium, arsenic, and cyanide can contaminate our water and food sources. Heavy metals such, especially cadmium, can stay in the body for months or even years before symptoms begin to appear. This danger is not just limited to pregnant women and children, but also to men as well, as research has linked toxic exposure to lead to cause low sperm quality and also impaired fertility in men. To address this challenge, I propose a low-cost screening test kit that will be able to detect the presence of these metals in our bodies. Most communities find it difficult to gain access to these laboratory tools as it's expensive or the distance to the laboratory services are far or there's limited availability of these laboratory services. The uniqueness of my project is its accessibility, because once these communities gain access to these tools, they'll be able to make informed decisions about their health. They'll also be able to determine or identify or detect the presence of these metals in their bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thelma.
Thank you for your presentation. So, have you already designed a prototype or?
No, this is just the concept stage.
So, and do you think you can produce this here in Ghana?
Yes, it can be produced in Ghana because this is a problem that is facing us entirely. It's already in the system, but it's just that it's laboratory based and it's very expensive. So once we are able to make it affordable and accessible to people in the rural communities, it would greatly help them. It will also make them aware of what is going on in their system so that they can be able to make informed decisions of their health.
Just to be sure I'm understanding that correctly, so the urine-based test strip shows you immediate results upon using it. You don't have to send it to the lab.
No, so it's an easy test result. It's not going to replace the laboratory test. It's just going to act as a first line screening so that if you need further, once you get the results, you can be able to go to a lab for further medical evaluation when necessary.
And that works chemically because I'm not a medical doctor. So in the urine you can actually detect these kind of components.
Yes,
But you eventually have to go to the lab.
Yes, because once you have once the result is positive, you would have to go to the lab to know what to do. Since I found the metal in my system, what next step do I need to be able to get it out of my system so that it doesn't affect my health? Because sometimes, because they don't know, they wait until the symptoms begin to appear, and by then the damage is already done.
What research did you do in order to find out whether such a urine-based test strip doesn't exist already somewhere?
So for my research, I realized that it's done in hospitals. But the problem is that when you go to the hospitals, you will need your blood sample. So I thought of, when women get pregnant, it's easy for them to go to a pharmacy and get a pregnancy test kit. Why can't we do the same when detecting metals in our bodies? So I decided to use urine because urine is non-invasive and you can get it anywhere, so that someone who doesn't have any idea on how to get their blood sample can easily use their urine sample.
Thank you so much, Hilary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hilary. Next, we have Mr. Roland Apambila from the University of Ghana. He speaks on breaking the wall of climate-resilient agricultural strategies for smallholder farmers. Please let's give him a hand.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Imagine a farmer. He relies on only one rainy season for his farming, and that rainy season fails. What happens to him? Incomes fail, food fail, families that depend on that fail. This is where I come in to showcase what the problem is, that smallholder farmers in Ghana, they produce about 70% of Ghana's food that feeds us. But most of them are currently facing the impact of climate change, unpredictable rainfall patterns, and pests and diseases. But they don't also have access to real-time information on how to monitor these things. And of course, limited access to irrigation system as an alternative to doing farming in case there's no rainfall. So our solution addresses the issue of rain failure by adopting what we call smart agriculture system, which incorporates 3 components. Number 1, solar-powered irrigation system, smart sensor network, and based on the soil conditions at a time, the sensors are able to communicate to the solar-powered pump to automatically water the plants. And with this, we believe will help the farmers minimize water wastage, improve water efficiency, and increase their production. And we have successfully developed a working prototype targeting 200 farmers in the pilot phase. And with this intervention, we believe that by adopting this sustainable energy alternative usage, we will help farmers improve their productivity by 45%, reduce water and improve water efficiency by 95%, and then help farmers to also reduce their carbon footprint, because at the end of the day, relying on fuel-dependent powered pump for irrigation comes at a very expensive cost. But our system will rely on solar. So farmers are able to save from cost of fuel to the tune of about 1,900 Ghana cedis. And more importantly, we are able to break the wall of carbon emissions. So we believe this is an important solution that is scalable and that can be used in Ghana and beyond.
Lydia, Thelma, Lydia, Michael.
So thank you for your presentation. You have a small pilot study. What are the outcomes from that so far?
So the survey was conducted to ascertain the problem in more detail. And what we have realized is that the farmers at this stage, basically, when rainfall patterns fails, some of them rely on fuel pump systems to sustain their farms. But that is very expensive. And our system, with the estimation and the projection that we have done, it will save the farmers about half of the cost they are currently deploying.
Thank you for your presentation. It looks like for this to work, there should be an existing water body or water source where the pumping would. So if you don't have that, what happens?
So the alternative is we are targeting farmers that live along the White Volta Basin, for example, in northern Ghana. That is for the pilot. But in extending to places like you rightly said that don't have access to already available water source, then the alternative is to have a dugout or borehole system that feed into the farms automatically by the solar powered system.
All right, thank you, Roland.
Thank you so much.
One more question, Chonam. I want to know scalability. What's the initial setup cost? I understand that long term it might be more affordable, but I know solar setup costs can be high as well. So have you done any initial estimates for that?
Yeah, you are very right. The initial cost for 1 unit of installation is about $1,500. And with the estimation that we have done, we are able to give it to the farmers on subscription basis. So the farmer is able to pay with the current cost they are incurring. It's about $5,000 at the end of the farming season only on fuel. But the alternative we are giving, they are spending about $2,500. So with that, we believe that incorporating or bringing that income to the system, we will be able to roll it out to other farmers.
One just last one. Are you familiar with the government policy of one village, one dam?
That program is completely, let me not say a failure, because at the end of the day, the one village, one dam, the dams they claim to have dug out are already dried up. That's where the question on alternatives come in.
Thank you so much, Roland. You can go. Thank you.
Our chair led you to the treacherous waters of politics and left you to drown and saved you just when you were getting submerged. Next, we have Kojo Asifua Hasford from Organical's Innovative Enterprise. He speaks on breaking the wall of insect pest attacks. Give him a big round of applause.
Can I take that? Right. And I'll point it towards this. Okay. Health experts advise or recommend us to take fruits and vegetables to improve our health. But the question is, what are we really taking into our systems? In Ghana, 4 armyworms devastated 1,370 hectares of cocoa, maize, and vegetables. And this causes food insecurity. Now, an NGO called Kabi currently estimated that 4 armyworms menace currently devastated 8 to 20 million hectares of maize. Now, when this happens, what do the farmers do? They resort to chemical insecticides to spray the farm. And when this happens, it builds toxic residue in the food system. And also, a research institution called Institute Pasteur currently estimated that insecticide exposure is linked to 150% higher chance of cancer. Okay. So our solution is simple. Waste towards initiative. Eat your food, give us the waste. And as an agriculture biotechnologist, I synthesize this waste into organic insecticides. And this initiative was born from my undergrad thesis to my master's thesis. And after my studies, a professor of entomology and agronomy did a 4 pilot tests to prove the efficacy on a large scale. Afterwards, I scaled the solution to the people of Nyankpala, Tamale, Botanga, Kumasi, Accra, and Bensu in the Western region. And they all come out with the same solution, that the product is very effective.
It doesn't build any toxic residue in the food system. And most importantly, it helps the farmers to increase their yield. And what solution are we talking about here? We are talking about WA insecticides, a responsible pest control solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is the product licensed by FDA? Hello? Is the product licensed by FDA?
So this is an agriculture input. FDA deals with food products only.
So, where
right
are you
now,
getting your certification from?
That's Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Sorry. Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think I got lost on the waste to wealth. So what exactly are you doing? When I give you my food waste, what do you do with it to come up with an insecticide?
So the waste that you generate, I will take it then as an agriculture biotechnologist. I take this waste and synthesize it to get the organic insecticides. So garlic peel, onion peel, the kernel of azadirachtin. I take this waste, go through process mill, get the grains, then now I do extraction of the organic insecticides. Then I produce this product, WA insecticides.
You want to replace the traditional chemical insecticides by your new product?
Yes, please.
By the end of the day, the farmer looks at the price, at the cost. How much is this in regards to the traditional insecticides?
Yes. So my product goes for 100 cedis. That's at retail, and at wholesale, it goes for 80 cedis. So some of the insecticide goes for 125, 150. You can get also close to 100 cedis. That's the price of, and it comes in different sizes. So the different sizes goes with the cost, but you can get 100 cedis, 120, 150, and 200 cedis chemical insecticides. And what's really the benefit is that when you use this product, you are protecting yourself. It doesn't build any toxic residue in your system. We call something bioaccumulation. So it doesn't build any toxic residue. It helps you to stay healthy and the environment too, and also protect the ecological insect pests like the bees. When the farmers use a chemical insecticide, they spray cause environmental hazard. They kill the ecological insects and also gives you toxic residue. So as you are enjoying your fruits, as you are enjoying your vegetables, you are building toxic residue in your system, and that leads to the cancer. That was a research done by the Institute Pasteur.
So I'm just confused. How is this not toxic? How is this effective as an insecticide, but not with the problems of traditional insecticides? So what's the difference here?
Good. Thank you very much for the question. Now, what is happening is that I use organic materials, plant materials, to do my insecticide. So I don't use any chemical ingredient, not even a chemical solution. They are all organic to make my products. And this product is my own thesis that I did, undergrad to the master's level. Afterwards, a professor did a full pilot test on it on a large scale and came out with the recommendation and solution. I can share the report with you if you will. Thank you.
Any further? Okay. Thank you so much, Kojo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together. Shadrach seems too ready. Shadrach, I want you to relax a bit, so please go back and sit down. Give Shadrach a big round of applause. And Shadrach, just for your information, we'll go for a break before you come. Well, can we give a hand to our jury? Incredible job, incredible job. Awesome questions and follow-ups. We want to take a break at this point. Every one of us here, we are going outside to the frontage of this facility, and then we'll take a group photograph, after which we'll climb up the stairs. You'll be directed, by the way, and then we'll have a bit of a lunch, or a bit of a snack, sorry, and network, and we'll be back here at 11:10 so that we continue with the other sets of pitches. Thank you very much, and I hope you're having a good time at Falling Walls Lab Ghana 2026. So see you outside right away. Thank you. All right, welcome back from the break. I hope you all were relaxed, and our second set of presenters are ready to deliver. Next, we have Shadrach Tete Boyete and Boite, I beg your pardon, from St. Vincent de Paul Clinic, and he's speaking on breaking the wall of diagnostic delay. Can you give him a big round of applause?
Good morning once again. As a medical practitioner, I believe that technology should make care access better, affordable, and then cheap. Patients, when they visit the hospital, track of their diagnostic test results. Now, a few weeks ago, a patient unfortunately lost his life. Was a reason that was entirely avoidable. Now, the diagnostic capacity in Ghana is below 50% for majority of hospitals. For that matter, are sent outside of the general public hospitals. There are over 200 diagnostic labs in the country, and this serves to add on to the capacity that the government provides. This patient went to the lab, was tested, was still on admission, could not get access to the final results, and unfortunately passed away. The cause of death was results that was delayed. That is why we built Tetra DX. Tetra DX is a digital technology platform that connects hospitals, practitioners, to diagnostic labs, and to patients as well. Doctors are able to sit at the comfort of their consulting rooms or hospitals, refer patients to labs. Labs are able to follow up on patients and call them to take their tests. Results are routed back to doctors securely and back to patients. Patients are able to keep track of their digital results, accessible to them exclusively. Now, this is what is interesting about our solution. We are aggregating data points for diagnostic analysis in the country. What this means is that every diagnostic test that runs through the labs are coming together to inform disease patterns and diagnosis and disease outbreaks. This is Tetra DX, the first of its kind, aggregating diagnostic results to patients and for hospitals. Thank you.
Yes, it's ready. Yeah, so, I'm familiar with many of these solutions, okay? And I think this is the regular practice in most of our health centers. What's really new about your proposal?
Yeah, so what's really unique about this is that currently for public institutions, diagnostic testing capacity is 60%. What it means is that majority of high-end tests are sent outside of the routine hospitals. Now, the public health system does not have a data trail of these diagnostic test results. They live in silos, they live in our homes, they live in our files at home. So this is bringing a solution where we are able to aggregate this. It keeps track for patients in their personal wallets. Government now also has access to data that could have been lost to the private laboratory system, and we can use that to predict disease trends in the future. Thank you.
You're dealing with very sensitive data, of course.
Yes.
How do you make sure that there's data privacy and security?
Yeah, so currently our software is following standards, and we plan to register with the Data Protection Commission. It is very encrypted. We adhere to international standards for keeping data in clouds, and we ensure that patient data are kept very safe and secured compared to routine systems of emails and WhatsApp that is currently being used.
My question is a follow-up question, because you said you would also make this data available to the government for tracking. Of course, that would be anonymized, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
So we would make sure we anonymize the data.
And so my last question, Shadrach, is how is this solving the problem you identified at the beginning? How does he not die? Getting the results will do what exactly?
Yes, so turnaround time. So this is a case where the results are written on a paper in a lab. So what it means is that our results can be sent digitally to hospitals and they can do real-time decisions that could actually save lives.
So thank you. Could I just ask one more? So what's the principal barrier to this happening? Is it technical or political? I mean, by political I mean just actually getting these people to work together.
That it is an untapped gap, really, not political or any other. It's just a gap that is untapped.
Thank you, Shadrach.
Thank you very much. Shadrach, are you a medical doctor?
I'm a physician assistant.
A physician assistant. Please put your hands together for him. The applause wasn't good enough. He'll give you a special injection when you visit his hospital. Let me please request from our jury that please minimize the questions. If it can be 2 per presenter, it will help us win some time over because we are behind. The next presenter is also from KNUST, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and she speaks on breaking the wall of metabolic syndrome in women. Please let's welcome Harriet Jogbecha to give us that one. A big round of applause.
Good morning. There is a silent growing crisis worldwide. The International Diabetes Federation reports that metabolic syndrome is a leading cause of death, with about 25% adults being affected. In Africa, various research studies suggest that we have a high prevalence rate, especially amongst women. And this is a public health concern. Let's take a scenario of Araba, a farmer in a less privileged community approaching menopause. She starts feeling some symptoms just to be told she has metabolic disease. Thank you. This is the case of many African women. Approaching menopause has become a crime. Just to be on medications to manage the condition till you die off. What can be done about this? We ignore one critical factor in disease diagnosis, that is genetics. And this is the wall I want to break. We progress towards disease development without ever knowing we were genetically at risk. Let's imagine a future where Africa healthcare is tailored not only to symptoms, but to genetic susceptibility. A future where African genomic data contribute meaningfully to global health innovation. Afrimetrics is the reality. This encompasses of a rapid diagnostic test kit that will screen for variations in the estrogen receptor gene known to predispose women to having the condition. And we have an AI predictive precision health platform that would assess personalized metabolic risk. And this will leverage on existing hospital systems and also make molecular screening accessible to all, as well as enhance population-based precision health medicine. This is what we seek to address. Thank you.
I have a quick question. So it's going to be a diagnosis. How does it reach Kukwentumi?
Thank you. So this is a rapid diagnostic test kit that will be used by health professionals, accessible to health centers, CHIPS compounds. And so Araba will just walk in, have her sample taken and screened for metabolic risk. And then the platform will be used as well by the health workers to know their health metrics, recommendations available, nutritional guide, and all those things available on the platform. Thank you.
My question was kind of tied to that because I see a lot of key indicators here that I wouldn't think would be covered by the genetic test, but would have to be constantly updated to actually get a precise picture of where your health is going. So that would still require the person to get, of course, medical checkups on a regular basis to feed into the system, correct?
Yes, please. And so this system wouldn't be available to everyone like on the market. This will be a health platform by health workers that would fill in the metrics available.
Thank you so much, Harriet. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Harriet, you know, your very calm nature of presentation is also a style of presentation, you know, and you carry the plight of women in menopause so gracefully. Please, a round of applause for her. All right, next we have Bridget Boama Apia from Bellevue Eye Care and Optical Services. She speaks on breaking the wall of passive bionic vision. Can we give her a big, big, big round of applause?
Hello everyone, I'm Bridget Boama Apia, and today we'll be breaking the wall of passive bionic vision. 90% of the world's blind population live in developing countries, with about 300,000 in Ghana alone. Most of these people rely on close friends and family to navigate the environment and engage in activities such as safely crossing the street. Without a safe way to navigate the environment, most of these people are forced to give up on their education, their jobs, their dreams and aspirations. And as a young optometrist, my clients who fall under this category often inquire about affordable and effective ways to safely navigate the environment without relying on others. But here is the problem. Currently, there are two extremes of technologies. On one hand is the bionic vision technology, which relies on cameras and implants in the eye or within the brain, posing several surgical risks, not to mention the over $150,000 price tag, making it highly unaffordable for the many that need it. On the other hand are technologies that transform visual signals into sound. These block out essential environmental sounds the blind need to hear in order to stay safe. And today, we are breaking this wall with the Roy Eye technology, an echolocation-based device similar to how bats, dolphins, and whales navigate their environment. The device emits safe ultrasound waves into the environment. These waves tend to change several characteristics as they encounter obstacles within the environment. There is an AI component of the device that traces these emitted waves and their changing characteristics and filters out any environmental interference. This data is transmitted electrically to conductive silicon scan pads at the back of the device to stimulate the parts of the brain responsible for visual processing, non-invasively. In the end, this will generate a map of light called phosphenes. Phosphene is simply a phenomenon of seeing light without light actually passing through the eye. With these phosphenes that are generated, an individual will be able to tell the outlines of objects, even the distances between objects in the environment. We plan using sustainable materials such as steam-bent bamboo and compressed cork to form the framework of this device and house the delicate electrical components. All these will be encapsulated in protein-treated natural rubber latex, a naturally hypoallergenic and elastic material. This will make production very cost-effective, less than $100 per device, granting millions of blind people the freedom to navigate their environment, whether to school, businesses, or wherever, ultimately improving their quality of life and enabling them to contribute meaningfully to their communities. This will fulfill the integrated people-centered eye care framework, which demands that all eye care interventions must be equitable, accessible, and focused on lifelong rehabilitation. They will also be fulfilling SDGs 1, 3, 8, and 10. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bridget. How much is this item? How much is the gadget?
Per my estimation, it costs less than $100 to produce one device. Yeah.
Okay. Just for production?
Yes.
How much do you intend to sell it in the market?
Less than $150, just for everybody to be able to afford it.
So in Ghana cedis, turn out like 1,500 Ghana cedis or
Yes.
more. Okay. Who are your target market?
Everybody.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Forgive me if I ask very bluntly, but does that actually work? Because that's quite groundbreaking what you're presenting here.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure about the technicalities of how it would actually function if it's tested, if you have a prototype, because that would indeed be a game changer, I think, for many people if that's possible.
Okay. Currently, we don't have a prototype. We are working on one. But then there are research on the various components on it, on how the characteristics of sound waves and how they can be utilized to detect obstacles within the environment. There are researches on that, as well as the ability of the AI to trace these characteristics and also to simulate the parts of the brain responsible for visual processing. So I can guarantee that it will work based on research available. Yeah.
Do you need the internet for this to work?
No,
or
no.
Wi-Fi or something?
No. So we will use Edge AI, which works just on the hardware that it's being used on. It doesn't need a cloud or any database center for it to work, so it can function offline, completely offline. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Bridget.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Next, we have a man all the way from the Kumasi Technical University. He's speaking on breaking the wall of poor ore processing. Please let's welcome Daniel Owusu.
Good morning. I'm Daniel Owusu from Kumasi Technical University, presenting on poor ore processing. Do you know that in Ghana, artisanal and small-scale miners do not only pollute the environment, but also lose half of the gold during processing? This is because they use mercury, mechanical concentrators, simple tools such as Swiss boxes, pans. This method is both toxic and inefficient. In Ghana, we have over 1 million artisanal and small-scale miners relying on this method. The mechanical concentrators, such as the vibrating shaker table, overloads solar power systems, waste water, and requires manual control. So as a mechatronics engineering student, how do we solve it? This is where we break the wall of poor ore processing with NeuroMine, an automated and a solar-powered ore concentrator. With NeuroMine, we have sensors, stability sensors, vibration, slurry density. Sensors measure slurry density, vibrations, and turbidity. So the automation makes sure that voltage is regulated, and water is not wasted because we have a built-in water recycling system, which is the tailings, the settling tank, which makes sure that water can be reused multiple times by the concentrator. So a simple programmed controller can adjust vibrations and flow rate of water for optimum recovery. So in the future, we intend to bring in an edge AI to bridge today's automated concentrators to tomorrow's self-optimized concentrators. So with Neuroman, we are not just eliminating mercury, we are empowering artisanal miners with sustainable technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, what problem are you solving specifically?
So we are solving inefficiency. There is low recovery based on the tools the miners use. And we are also solving mercury problem because some of the tools they use require that they add mercury.
Yes, Doctor.
This looks like a very, I think, complex system, a lot of like sensors inside there. We've all seen like gold extraction sites. Is this system going to actually work sustainably and long-term in such an environment?
Okay, our system, the vibrating table is, so the sensors, we are going to have the sensors in, as we can see here from, as we can see the, our inverter unit, so it's going to be in a container form so that during the harsh weather and raining, the sensors do not get damaged. Okay.
Why does your solution need AI instead of a simple software?
Okay, currently we are looking at using a program microcontroller. So the AI is for future improvement. Yes.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's welcome Nanapian Esilbini from Young Research Academy, and he speaks on breaking the walls of few short limits. In fact, he has another name for his presentation. Please permit me, Mr. Bini. Right. So Nanapian speaks on breaking the wall of crop disease misdiagnosis. Please let's put our hands together for Nanapian.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nabin Ebunyamche Sobani, and I'll be presenting to you today on breaking the walls of crop disease misdiagnostics. So, agriculture is constituent of about 44% of Ghana's working population, and one of the main problems that hinders agriculture's growth is disease misdiagnosis. Because now some farmers, expert ones here, they could tell which crop is like bad and what they can actually do, but then sometimes farmers would make rookie mistakes and then end up identify as a different sort of problem, which ends up like it's all just bias. So the solution is AgroShield. It's a crop disease diagnostic system that will help farmers to accurately predict their crop disease. Now, what it works with is powered by few-shot learning. Few-shot learning is a form of machine learning that works with using limited labeled data. The regular traditional machine learning constitutes and allows us to use large amounts of data sets, but then with few-shot learning, you are using a limited amount of data. That's the novelty, the key thing around here. So as you can see here, we compared their ECE, that's expected confidence error, with a few-shot learning model and a regular traditional logistic regression model. Comparing them, you could tell that the few-shot learning model, the ECE, for it has to have a lower value, and the slope is supposed to follow the diagonal. Comparing them, even though the few-shot learning is not accurately like all that perfectly diagonal, it still has some significant amounts of diagonal, better compared to the traditional logistic regression machine learning model. I was able to build a interface. I'm working on a manuscript. It's actually a research paper I'm working on, and I've become a manuscript. I've been able to deploy it as a web application software where all the farmer just needs to do is input the symptoms, and then it will bring out the identified mistake, the identified disease, and then produce recommendations. So far, I've only been able to work with 3 crops. It was a startup, so I started to work with tomato, maize, and cassava. So all you just need to do is select the crop, then put in your symptom. That is going to narrow down the model's prediction, so that it will accurately get what is actually like the actual error, because it could mistake some diseases for another crop. Yes. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you, Nana. So your technology assumes that every farmer is able to read and write, and it's capable of using technology to prompt and get results.
Yeah, that's the thing. Right now, I'm thinking of scaling it up to a certain point where we could use audios, that's speech to text. So therefore, I'm also looking at traditional Ghanaian dialects like Twi, Ewe, like other dialects. I'm thinking of it. That's the scalability of it.
Thinking a lot.
Yeah, so the base scalability.
Why don't you just use pictures?
That's the thing. So you see, with pictures, with pictures, you also need a lot of data set in order to accurately predict with images. And then with images too, you never know. Poor camera quality, weather conditions, shadows, image artifacts, a lot of those things could distort the image quality, and also it would cause suspicions into whether the model is actually predicting this or that. Because you could see a leaf, you say yellow, but the image would see probably yellow, green or brown color. So that's that kind of thing. So therefore, future learning has been limited, hasn't really been explored with text-based data. That's what my research paper was about. So exploring the options with future learning.
Guys, okay, Nana, thank you so much. You are free to go.
Thank you very much. He says that's the thing, Next, we have from the University of Ghana, Enike Dodu, and she speaks on breaking the wall of textile waste. Let's give her a big hand.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Inike Dodu, and I'm breaking the wall of textile waste. About 15 million textiles, also known as Obroniwewu, are imported in Ghana every year, and around 40% end up becoming discarded or textile waste, which clogs drains, leading to flooding, beach pollution, and damages to the environment, marine ecosystems, thereby affecting fishing along the coastal areas. My solution is to collect these discarded textiles from tailors and thrift businesses, also known as the pieces, we all call it, and then recycle them into yarns and eco-friendly carpets and other interior products, therefore reducing waste and promoting the circular economy. Thank you. So this is the tufting gun. So we recycle them into yarns and then make custom designed carpets for everyone to use. So you can use it in your homes, hotels, schools, and many more. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is it.
Thank you so much, Dodo. 2 questions, very quick questions. How much is what you are holding if you were to sell it?
Come again.
How much is what you are holding if you were to sell it? And number 2, what's the novelty with this? Because my organization, we work with Upcycle Ghana, which practically does this and even more.
Oh, okay. So this is around 200 CDs. The best part is we collect it from the area. So tailors, we collect the pieces, and then we sew them. So it's not just one layer. We sew them to make a strong base, and then we have t-shirts, yarns, and many more. So we make them into custom
made carpets like this, and then there are bags, garments, and other things that we produce to enable the textile waste reduction.
You said it's eco.
Sorry, the note. So everywhere we pass, we see a lot of textiles in here, and this is very simple to produce. There are other people, especially SHS graduates, who have been able to do this without even using the tufting guns. They make it handmade, and then they are able to sell it to other people. So you can even produce this with your old dresses. Yeah.
Please ask the question.
Thank you. You talked about the eco-friendliness of the product. So does that mainly, is it eco-friendly because you're reusing the materials, or is there something else that happens in the process that adds to the eco-friendliness of the final product?
Yeah, so we are reusing them. So instead of them ending up in the gutters and then being causing flooding, and yeah, we reuse them, and now with a ban from EPA on plastics, yeah, this is a better way of transforming textile waste into reusable items for everyday lives. Thank you.
Looking at the huge amount of imported cheap products, clothing, things like the one that you're just carrying, is there a market in Ghana for this? Because your stuff it must be much more expensive.
Yes, there's a market. So every day we wear dresses, and with the carpets, there are carpets everywhere in your house, your bedside, your bathroom. When you go to hotels, there are carpets there. And I also like carpets because I don't like stepping on the bare cold floor when I wake up. So I always prefer carpet, and everyone uses carpet. So it's better to use this than the plastic carpets that we often see around the market.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Dodo.
Thank you.
I want to ask if what you are holding, Anike, is for sale and we can buy it off you now. All right, so next we have Alan Pente, and he is from Ashesi University. He speaks on breaking the wall of affordable clean mobility. A big round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To get to this presentation, I had to travel this road, a 10-kilometer dirt road that connects Brekusu, a small community in the Eastern region, to the rest of Accra. For me, it was definitely an inconvenience, but for many farmers in Brekusu, this is their reality. Every week, they have to brave this road to take their produce to market, and they have to do so with old vehicles or fuel-powered tricycles, which are loud, pollute the environment, and are prone to breaking down. This isn't just a Brekusu problem, it's a problem millions of Africans face because they rely on transportation to access agricultural produce. Fuel prices continue to rise, increasing the cost of transporting agricultural produce, and fuel-powered vehicles produce emissions that pollute our communities and contribute to climate change. Companies like Rivian and Tesla have accelerated the adoption or the transition to electric mobility. However, their vehicles are designed for regions with stable electricity and expensive charging infrastructure. We don't have that. In addition, their vehicles are expensive, often costing over 10,000 USD. But what if we could design clean mobility specifically for our African realities? That question led to the development of Aura, Advanced Utility Renewable and Regenerative Automobile. Aura is a locally manufactured solar electric vehicle that has a 50-kilometer range on a single charge. It has regenerative damping that can help it brave the rough terrains, and this regenerative damping also helps extend range. In addition, it has other features to extend the range, like the lightweight solar panels that enables the car battery to charge even while the vehicle is in motion. This contributes a total of about 7-kilometer range. And it's going to be designed to be manufactured in Ghana at a cost of about 4,000 USD, and it can be bought or rented out to the farmers. And this makes this a lot more accessible compared to the imported vehicles that cost over 10,000 USD. The impact is simple. We now have affordable electric mobility that reduces fuel emissions. And in doing so, we create jobs for our local artisans and other jobs like drivers and technicians. Aura isn't just a concept. We have a functioning prototype, and we hope to impact 500 farmers in the Eastern region. And upon successful adoption, we want to serve about 10,000 farmers in Ghana. Imagine a future where agricultural produce costs less, a future where clean mobility is built for Africa, in Africa, a future where braving that bureaucracy terrain is as simple as drinking cocoa. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alan Painty, an electrical engineer breaking the wall of affordable, clean mobility.
Thank you.
So it's purely solar. Does it have any other backup power source?
Yeah, you can charge from an outlet if there need be.
You can charge from an outlet.
If there need be.
Okay.
Does one of these cars already exist, or was it just a dummy?
So this particular thing was designed by my colleague who is a mechanical engineer.
So it doesn't. You haven't built it yet. It's just.
So this is a new one. No, we have a built version, but it's not as high tech as this version. But that's what we're aiming to get to.
Two quick questions. How long does it take to fully charge so that you can drive the full range, what you indicate? And secondly, I'm sure there's a purpose to the design. It just looks very interesting as a design to me. And I'm wondering if it has a lot of transport capacity. So just maybe explain how you came up with that particular design prototype.
Sure. So the first question, how long does it take to charge? So 5 to 6 hours to get full charge range. And you're talking about the design, what inspired the design. So we're making this model for farmers to transport their produce. So we're emphasizing the space behind where their produce could go. That informed the truck-like feature.
Yeah, it looks very Lazaro, seriously. You're designing this for farmers in Prekuso.
Yeah. So not just
they're able to afford it.
So like I said, it could be rented out, but it's rendered too well, so you're seeing it as really good. But without the covering, the chassis is made of galvanized steel, so local artisans can actually build the chassis, and then this what you're seeing looks good. It's just sheet metal painted black put on it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Alan.
Thank you, Alan. For a second, it looked like a cyber truck. Yeah. But that's good. Next, we have Christiana Adofua Asa, and she's from the University of Development Studies, breaking the wall of toxic malaria diagnosis. Can you give her a big hand?
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and judges. We all know that malaria is one of the deadliest infectious diseases worldwide, and accurate diagnosing of malaria is important to save lives. When we enter our various labs, a popularly known synthetic dye called the Giemsa stain is heavily depended on to diagnose malaria. Giemsa stain is effective, it is potent, and I would even say that it gets the job done. However, it is chemically intensive, which exposes laboratory professionals to long-term health risks. And it is environmentally unfriendly. It is expensive to produce and import. So for a low-resource healthcare setting, depending on such a stain creates a wall to sustainable malaria diagnostic. To break this wall, I tested natural plant-based dyes to see if they could replace the toxic synthetic ones we already have in the system. So using extract from hibiscus, that's sobolo leaves, sorghum, that's wache leaves, and Daniela olivera, I developed 6 plant formulations and tested them on Plasmodium positive blood smears. and promising results were obtained. Looking on the screen, the first slide is a slide that was stained with a GIMSA stain, so that's a reference point. And these other slides are slides that were stained with plant-based dyes. The second one was a slide stained with aqueous hibiscus. It gave us the best staining quality, making it comparable to the GIMSA stain. So at the end of it all, if these plant-based dyes are employed, laboratory professionals are going to be safer. It is going to give us a friendly environmental, it's going to be friendly to the environment, and it's going to be affordable because the raw materials are sourced here. It's going to create a sustainable malaria diagnostic system. And aside the diagnostics, it's going to provide jobs through the cultivation of the aforementioned plant and the dye production process. So to end it all, I would say that Ghana and Africa at large does not necessarily have to depend on toxic chemistry just to diagnose malaria. Natural plant-based dyes can actually do the job, and I'm not just talking theory. I've tested it, and it has worked. Thank you.
This is fresh air because it's locally sourced. Quick question. What's the shelf life? Do you have to make it fresh? Or can you make a whole stock and then keep it on a shelf for like a year?
Okay, so it's, GIMSA stain comes in pre-mixed and the powdered one. So in this one, we have, after the extraction, we make it into a powdered form. So before you are able to stain, we have a measurement for it. So let's say 0.7 grams of the extract. Then you mix it with a solution of PBS. Then it's ready for staining. That's it.
How much plant material does it take to actually produce the raw materials in such an amount that you need it for, like, let's say, an average lab standard operation?
Okay, I don't know if you have been to the market before, like a bowl of sobolo leaves costs about 20 to 30 cedis. So with that bowl of sobolo, we can extract a powder of about 20 grams. And to get 100 mils of the solution, you just need 7 grams of the extract to mix with 100 mils of PBS solution, and you are good to go.
Great. Christiana, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have another lady from the Kumasi Technical University. She's speaking on Breaking the Wall, Own Tech Shield. Can we put our hands together for Mercy Odrobrobe?
Okay, thank you. Respected jury, good day. I'm here to tell you not just a story, but a real-life problem. Every year, over 363 million people face hunger, and then 13.6 billion tons of food are wasted every day. Not just the waste, it produces methane that causes health issues by reducing the oxygen in the air. Now, how do these happen? Without grid power, rural farmers cannot refrigerate their produce, leading to their produce rotting within hours. And also, every produce contains a gas called the ethylene gas that turns one fruit bad within a short time. Farmers go to the farm and lose half their income. Imagine you sending a whole basket of produce to the farm, and then your customer tells you that he's going to pay you half of your income, or even on a bad day, nothing at all. This is why we are breaking the walls of Own Tech Shield, a solution to post-harvest losses. My system is a solar-powered container that has a PCM that has the ability to regulate the temperature between 5 to 8 degrees Celsius, cooling for 24 hours. It also has the ethylene gases that causes the damages removed. My system here has a light-term antenna that sends the freshness score of our system 15 minutes every time. It keeps a real-time tracking. It also has an E-Link display so that you can also see the freshness score wherever you are with the box. We also have a phase change material, that's the PCM. We use an organic phase change material, which is food grade. that regulates between the 5 to 8. The PCM is charged by the solar during the day, and then in the night it releases it. We also have a stackable reinforced cornice that enables our material to be stacked according to 10 units. We also have our solar panel here, that's PV, photovoltaic, and then it's mounted at the top so that the sun rays can go directly onto our system. We also have a sealed lid with gasket that prevents air and dust into going to our system. We also have a KMNO4 ethylene scrubber that removes all the ethylene gas from our system. That's potassium permanganate. It has an internal circulation as seen over here. It takes everything in there. We also have a temperature sensor that notifies us. Our system is connected to a blink app, so it tells you whether the temperature is falling or not. We also have the ethylene sensor. Now the ethylene is a cartridge, so it's going to be replaced anytime. The cartridge actually changes from violet to brown. That notifies you that the cartridge is reducing, so you need to refill it. We also have the unit that has a produce storage area. So this is the storage area. I have a prototype, and then now we have worked on something, and our produce can work on 50 liters now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Lydia.
I have a detailed theory. If I'm permitted, I can give it to you.
So where's the prototype?
It's back at our research center in the house.
Very small though. What's the capacity of it?
30 liters. That's like 50 produce for now. We are still working on upscaling it.
Okay.
I was a bit confused when you talked about stackable because I see the panel is on the top. So how are you stacking it, sideways or vertically?
Okay, so it's this way. It's a technical drawing. So this is the detailed drawing. You see only the insides, not the outside. I'm trying to tell you that the panel, this part is actually raised. So the panel is downside. Please, is it clear? It's not clear. Okay. It's like our design has the layer of the solar panel is down. It's like a slope. It's in there. And the stackable material, it's a bit up. Just like carving.
So I think what my colleague was asking, how does the bottom unit get solar power if another unit is stored on top of it? That's not quite
Please,
clear.
can you come again? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I get you. That's for transportation. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Mercy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you. Please, do I have your permission to give you the detailed theory?
No, yeah, bring it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Put your hands together for her. You see, Mercy came prepared for a boardroom presentation. Well, we have our last presenter for the day, and he is Nyango Yapi. He is also presenting from...
He's not the last presenter.
He is. The last presenter is not around. Will not make it. So, you see, as much as I'm the moderator, I'm also the master of this ceremony. So please follow my lead. Follow my lead. Follow my lead. Anyway, if we are ready, can we welcome Nyango Yapi, and he is an entrepreneur in training at Mest Africa. He's breaking the wall of untrusted compliance data in global trade. A big round of applause for my brother.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lucano Yapi, and today I want to talk about a problem that has a big issue on global trade. It's about the movement of trust. Today, or every year, millions of tons of cocoa, coffee, cashew, and other commodities move across the world. But behind every shipment, there is one point very important: the data. Data related to where the product comes from, data related to the suppliers, data related to compliance and the process and the sustainability of all the supply chain. And that is where the problem comes from. Because actually, global trade depends on data that is fragmented, very difficult to trust, and very difficult to verify and costly to trust. Why? Because information comes from a lot of suppliers, scattered supply chain, and a lot of tools. Compliance team, they are taking hours to verify documentation, analyze the data, and then trying to be aligned with what the European Union or international market wants their product or their documentation to be aligned to the standards. So what is our solution? We are bringing an AI copilot for export compliance that allow to transform those fragmented data into a trusted trade intelligence. How? First of all, by centralizing all those information in one interface, well organized, well labeled. Secondly, by verifying automatically all those information and detect all the risk and help the exporters deal with documentation faster with more accuracy. And at the end of the day, it allows to create an audit trail that allows inspection to be faster, more reliable, and very good. So the objective of this is not to stand on documentation. Data is our strategic beginning. The objective is to put in place a kind of system where trust can be verifiable, where trust can be seen within the process, and the objective at the end of the day is to create a premium supply chain in global trade. That is our objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How do you get this thing done? What's the source of the data?
Of which data?
How are you able to collect data of the and the different data you want to collect? How? And then how do you what's the source of the trust? Is it that you are benchmarking it against a regulatory authority? I need you to provide more light on.
We've been talking to regulators. We've also been talking to exporters. The data are coming from those exporters because they are facing the issue. Actually, it is an urgency for them to be aligned with those international requirements because their data are not good data. What is good data? Good data is simply data that is true, that allow us to verify that your compliance or your supply chain is compliant. And those data come from exporters.
How will you pull this off?
By them. The first objective, we are at a pilot phase actually. So the first objective is to better understand the process. So we have secured 2 people or 2 organizations that want to process this. They are exporting cocoa and coffee in Ivory Coast. So that is where we want to start. We will start with them. We understand the process. They are doing, the beginning is to do it manually. So that our strategy is to put a kind of onboarding phase that is very simple for them. But that strategy is to understand now the process so that the solution can do it like automatically, connect with all those tools that they are using and bring all those information in one interface, well organized, well labeled.
Are you familiar with the data protection rules?
Yeah, we are. We are talking to we know that it's important in that field. We've been talking to regulators, and that is an important point that we definitely need to put in place when we are building our solution.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to encourage you to think more about it. Data is a big deal.
Yeah.
And there are several regulations and several standards that you need to adhere to.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Please put your hands together for our very last presenter for Falling Walls Lab Ghana 2024. Can you put your hands together for all the presenters so far? So good. It's been awesome. Can we do a big round of applause for our jury? I thought the presenters would be on their feet clapping because we've reached the point where they leave us to compile the results, choose the best 3 and the best one to represent us. Oh, a big round of applause for our jury. And at this point, we would ask them to take leave of us, go to their room, collate the results, and in 30 minutes, they come back here and give us the winners. Another round of applause. While we are waiting for the jury, we'll be engaging in a panel discussion, and we have two gentlemen to help me do that, while our technical team gets 3 chairs on the stage. And the theme for the panel discussion is AI impact, solving West Africa's hard problems at scale. So please do take note. It will be very interactive. In the next 30 minutes, 2 gentlemen will join me on this stage, and we would go at it really hard. In the meantime, also note that your tag, your name tag, has a QR code on it. So please scan the QR code, go to the Slido board, and vote for your favorite presenter, your favorite pitch, and that award will be given before the final award is presented. So please do take note of that. Likewise, we are streaming live on YouTube on our channel DAAD Ghana. So please take note and share with your colleagues so they can be a part of the process. So it gives me great pleasure to invite 2 gentlemen to the stage. One of them looked like me so many months ago when I had a full beard. Please put your hands together for Ronald Tego, Chief Engagement Officer of M-Notify. And my bearded brother, Mr. Kwabena Poku-Appiah from the Bond Tech Limited. A big round of applause for these 2 gentlemen. So please, you can also, following the same QR code, post your questions to the Slido board, and we'll be kind enough to read them out. But gentlemen, you're welcome. Can we put our hands together for our panelists? Well, the theme is AI impact, solving West Africa's hard problems at scale. And before we begin, Ronald, you tell us a bit about what you do at M-Notify, what M-Notify is about, and I guess take a bite at the theme.
Hello? Hello? All right. Sorry for that. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me feel good afternoon. All right, so my name is Ronald. I'm the Chief Engagements Officer at M-Notify. So when I say I'm CEO, mostly it's Chief Engagements Officer, not the Chief Executive Officer. Yeah. But what we do is essentially AI-powered customer engagement solution. So we help businesses to integrate conversational AI into what they are doing, and also just to help them start their AI journey. We do that not only through text, but we do that with voice solutions. We do that with WhatsApp chatbots, social chatbots, and we also explore a lot of things around language translation. One of the exciting projects that we worked on is with GIZ Ghana, the Ghana Entrepreneurship Policy Chatbots. And the idea is that if you need anything, if you need to know anything about doing business in Ghana, you just go to this platform, which is on web and soon coming on voice, and you just ask the question, and it gives you all the answers, regulations, or anything at all. And those are some of the large language model wrappers that we are working on. Yeah.
Super. A big round of applause for Ronald. Okay, so Mr. Poku-Appiah,
yes,
tell us what you do at the Bond Tech Limited.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kwabena Appiah, founder of the Bond Tech Limited. Bond actually stands for Building on Networks for Development. It started as a media company, but gradually developed into more of a technology solutions company, focused on health record systems, and eventually we dived into the hospitality industry as well. Currently it's based in Ghana, but I am actually setting up a brand in Germany as we talk. Through our innovations, we got selected as one of the businesses that has potential in Ghana potential in Germany. So we were selected to be part of the Win NRV exchange program, which took place in 2024. It was me and 9 other delegates from Ghana. We went, and that was a very eye-opening moment for me to actually diversify even more what the Bond Tech was actually focused on. So now we are not just in the health tech, but then we've branched into hospitality, agriculture, and ed tech as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Mr. Poku-Appiah as well. Well, to put some context to our theme, which is AI for Impact, solving West West Africa's hard problems at scale. It says West Africa's startup ecosystem has grown rapidly over the past decade, driven by a need to solve real structural challenges from financial inclusion and inefficient food system to limited healthcare access. Artificial intelligence is now emerging as a powerful tool to accelerate these solutions, enabling startups to move beyond basic digitalization toward predictive, intelligent, and scalable systems. So I start with you, Ronald. What is your take on this?
Well, I strongly believe that we are in a very exciting era, right? So I have a different perspective on that. So how many of us know about what an LLM wrapper is? A large language model wrapper. All right. Oh, no one? Yeah, okay. So we all know what a large language model is, right? So ChatGPT and the likes. And I strongly believe that we are in a time when we don't need the next ChatGPT. Why? Because then now all of these models are open source. The biggest problem for Africa is how we get data sets, right? And we have data, right? Don't get me wrong, we have data, but we've not been able to annotate that into the right data sets that we can feed into our application. And I saw some of the exciting presentations that happened and all of that. And while I was seated back there, a very brilliant question was also asked about whether your solution needs AI or you just need a web portal and all of that. And I strongly believe that first and foremost, as Africans, we need to work on our own data sets. I think that's the biggest challenge for Africans. You'd use ChatGPT and you might not get very accurate scripts information because then it's learning on data sets all around the world. So how do you then bring it down to our own local data sets? I saw the gentleman on the plant stuff as well. The other side of it is that there are a lot of data sets out there which you can even just take and use it. And I'm just making this point just to make all of us understand that there's nothing like a challenge in this era. Everything that you need already exists. I mean, Africans, we always like the concept of there's a challenge, but right now you have everything, and all we need to do is take action, and that is my strong belief about impact in the direction of AI.
Same.
Yeah, I think my brother has said a lot about most of the points that I'll touch on, but one thing I will say that we are in an era where we as Africans need to, the first step of even building on is the tracks, right? Being exposed to Europe, one thing I learned is that AI is used to only speed in an already existing system, right? Here, we are building like a train, right? We are building the tracks of the train, and we are building the train on top of it, right? Because we do have data sets, but it's all over the place. It's fragmented. So using AI in our context is quite different from how you would use it in the European or the Western context, right? I'm trying to bring it down to a very simple, like, because my brother said LLM, and it's like everybody's like, what is that? You know, so I think that is what we are looking at as a people. Not just building the train, but building the tracks that the train can run on as well. And whoever holds the data is the most powerful person in this space, trust me. Yeah.
Well said. You said something interesting that over in the West, or in Europe, where you have your experience from, is AI is being used to improve existing systems.
Yeah.
So the first question I'll throw at you is, are startups here in West Africa using AI to truly transform outcomes at scale, or simply to optimize existing inefficiencies?
Since we do not have an existing system that is complete and that our data sets are fragmented.
What's a data set for those who don't know and those who are joining us online? Most presenters here have a fair idea, but the average person.
Okay, so let me put it in a very simple context, right? If you look at Ghana, the biggest sector is the informal sector, right? Let me put in perspective the market women, right? As it stands now, we do not have information or collections of information on how these women are even trading their stocks, their purchase, their credit, you know, even the effects on their health as they are in these market spaces. These are all different data sets.
Well noted, yes.
Right. So as we do not have those records in place or these data sets, there's a need for us to first and foremost focus and build on these data sets, which AI has actually made it very simple for us. What I see happening most is retrofitting, in the sense of there are companies that are actually building real solutions, right? But retrofitting in the sense of picking an idea in Europe and just bringing the idea here and placing a logo on it and renaming this same idea, though it's not solving a real problem here, but it's actually causing another problem. For example, I come back and I said, oh, I'm going to introduce like a Dutchland ticket in Ghana, where Ghanaians will pay a premium or a certain amount every month to get access to easy transportation for the whole month period. The problem we have is we do not even understand how these tracks operate, the different stops that these tracks, you know, the tracks they move or the routes they use. There's no defined system for that already existing. So if I bring Dutchland, and Dutchland ticket is a ticket that is used to get on public transport. I think it's now 63 euros a month. You just pay that, and the whole month you have access to public transportation across Germany anywhere you want to go, right? If I'm to implement that here, I'll have a big issue with our existing infrastructure, because even getting the drivers' union guys to even understand this concept to start with is a problem. How will I go to a Churchill station and tell them, listen, everybody that is coming here will pay, let's say, 500 cedis a month and use the bus for the rest of the month? The driver will go, how do we get our money? You understand? So it's up to us as builders or founders to actually focus on building the tracks on which these trains will tread on. And like he said, there are so many technologies or AI that has been introduced that will make these building of the data sets very simple and easy. So I think that's what we should put more energy into, rather than just picking up a concept and implementing without even knowing. Else we create more problems than solutions.
Thank you. So, Ronald, would you take a bite at that, or let me just add that to a question so that you can handle both? Which sectors in West Africa are seeing the most meaningful impact of AI today?
All right, so I think
because clearly in the transport space, it's a challenge. Yes. So where really are we seeing the impact of AI across West Africa?
I think it's mainly health, then agri. That is where we see the most. Why? Because in health, there's a lot of prediction analysis that's happening. People are similar to what the guy said on the tomato, lettuce farming and all of that. You're able to predict yield. You're also able to predict sicknesses as well. In the health space, there's a lot of AI diagnostic system that is happening. Health is doing an amazing stuff. There's another company doing some stuff around X-ray. And Hemnosphere as well, in the conversational AI space, you're also trying to push the boundaries, introducing voice chatbots, local language chatbots, so you're able to speak with AI in a local language. We are working on that. IR Data as well is doing amazing stuff. IR Data, Ghana NLP, they are doing amazing stuff around data collection for languages as well. So, and Google is also doing amazing stuff around that, where they are collecting data sets on tree. So if you want to say, do some work in tree or local language, for those of you who are interested in the rural area, since those are the last mile beneficiaries of all that we are doing. When you talk impact, the most important thing is inclusivity, right? Responsible AI. And these guys are pushing the limits to make sure that any language at all is being guarded, it's been annotated. So when we say annotation, it's just labeling your data. So they are labeling the data set so that, say, if tomorrow you want to build a product in tree, you don't need to worry your head about translating tree. All you need to do is get an API and you're able to have your program in tree. If it's, so we, for example, with our voice engine, if we need to speak tree, all we do is call an API, and we have our RAG, so retrieval augmentation, or the mind of the software just there, and all we are doing is translation, calling APIs and all that. So there's, like I said earlier, there's a lot of exciting things happening within Ghana in the AI space, and we could easily sit there and fold our hands and say we don't have this or that, but there's a lot happening. Now, to the earlier question, I also strongly believe that, I mean, for SMEs, we are trying to do more for SMEs as well to integrate AI. So we started our chatbots wing of our business during COVID, and we realized a simple challenge that for most people, how many of you have experienced that? Say you want to buy glasses or a shoe, and you send a hi on Instagram or on WhatsApp, and it takes forever to get a response. Anyone? Okay, so it's a common thing. So what we thought of doing was to create a simple chatbot, right, that would be able to respond to messages 24/7, right? And what we did was that we integrated retrieval augmentation. So that means that all the questions that you always get about AI, what are the possible solutions? And we put that in there. And this is the sort of the most basic way that you can use AI for your business. And this is something that a lot of businesses are doing to be able to use AI. But one other thing I would want to add from what you were saying is that I also see AI within 3 phases, right? I always tell people anytime I speak on AI is that I strongly believe that not everyone is ready for AI. So for businesses, right? I tell them, so I'll ask you, let's say, maybe 2 or 3 questions. First and foremost, are you digital? Because if you are not digital, then you don't have enough data to then now translate that data into meaningful insights. So then now use AI to predict, right? So what we do, for example, at M-Notify is that we ask you, what stage of digitalization or AI transformation are you on? And we help you to get to that stage. So that is how we and others are also pushing the boundaries to make sure that we have transformative companies in Ghana that use AI.
Wonderful. A big round of applause for Ronald. Okay. You spoke about our information or data sets being fragmented. So how can startups build for scale in a fragmented and an informal market like Ghana? West Africa generally, I guess.
Yeah.
Is it practical? Is it possible?
It is. It's very practical. I think it has to do with the approach that they use. I happen to also be the head of events for Tech Connect Africa. I don't know if you've heard about Tech Connect Africa. And we have the privilege of taking startups from Africa to international conferences. We've done it for 2 years now. On each set, at least 20 startups from all over Africa. And one thing that I have noticed is the approach these startups use, right? First and foremost, these startups start with, like I said, retrofitting and building things, creating more problems than solutions. That's not enough. We already have a fragmented data set and market systems. But instead of them just connecting with already existing bodies, for example, I use transportation. It's better to approach GPRTU to discuss bringing all their members on board for maybe a pilot project than trying to get individual taxi drivers or trotro drivers to actually individually bring them on board, right? It's much easier. Another thing that I also...
Or start with Ayalolo buses, maybe.
Yes, because that's all, you know...
There was a module like that some time back. I don't know if it worked, where they also paid a premium for a month.
So it didn't, but it's been revived into smart vehicle, but they have just some specific routes that they apply. Right. So from Rage to, I think it uses the N1 and also the Denta road. So the idea is for middle class earners. So a lot of them working in Rage and Osu and all those areas can easily apply that. Yeah, but I don't know if it's private or government.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's one major challenge. And another thing is that once again, we create more problems than solutions. If you create a technology that needs a device that the person you are solving the problem for cannot afford, you've created another problem and not a solution. You get what I'm trying to say? If you go give our market women smartphone that they cannot operate, you tell them to input this data here, input that data there, you're not going to make any progress because they can't figure it out. But like he said, there are businesses that are building AI that has to do with voice, with our local languages. If you tell the woman that, Mame, if you close from the market today, just send a WhatsApp voice note to this number and just say, oh, I sold 20 tomatoes today and I made X amount of money. I spent X amount of money on food and I'm spending 2 cedis on transportation. In your local dialect, it will be very easy to, first of all, get the data you are looking for, and very easy for you to also have their involvement in whatever you are building, so it will be easier to get the kind of data you are looking for. So I think these are the things we should look at. Most startup solutions that I have actually witnessed, not only here, not only in Ghana, but in West Africa in general, they go and pitch things that are non-existent. For example, if you bring a solution, it's one project that my company is working on, a dual TVET system where students can actually study and do the practical aspect of it at the same time. And all these will be working through WhatsApp. Tests and everything can be taken through WhatsApp. TVET.
So similar to what the presenter had earlier.
Yeah, similar. Right. But this is through WhatsApp. And I know most students here actually have access to that. And this is technology that could potentially work in lower bandwidth areas, which Ghana is a place where internet is actually also scarce, right? So it's easier to implement some of these things. But if I'm to tell them, oh, actually, you need to go and buy a whole new MacBook Pro, the newer version, to access this system, I'm not doing that good because I've created another problem. You know? So these are some of the things I think should be looked at when we are creating these solutions for West Africa when it comes to the AI sector. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. A big round of applause for him. I mean, he talks about creating more problems while trying to solve another one. You know, so is AI making services more inclusive or unintentionally excluding some populations?
Well, I would say it's unintentionally excluding some parts of the populations. And the reason is because when we are developing, we don't start with the user, right? So you should be so in love with your problem rather than the solution. And for innovators here today, that is what the message I want to leave you with. Be in love with the problem. Don't think about the solution. The solution can take different forms, different shape, but the most important thing is being in love with your problem. And the second thing is also understanding your customer behavior or your audience behavior, right? So in order for you not to create a problem from a problem, or create a problem while solving another problem, is to understand your customer behavior or your audience behavior. So if I'm going to give a solution to a market woman, I need to understand what works best for the market woman. So I'll tell you a funny story. While we're developing the Ghana Entrepreneurship Policy Chatbot, we realized that it was mainly text-based when we started that. And we did a whole stakeholder engagement across Ghana. And we realized that most of the people that would be using it might not even be typing. So we had to add a voice option. And after we added a voice option, we realized that because of internet accessibility in rural areas, that would be a challenge. So then what we then did was to have an offline version. And now we are even pushing the boundaries to have a voice version, right? But what it started with was the problem and going to my stakeholders to understand their behaviors, right? So I map my problem, their behaviors, to the right solution and the right way to deliver the solution for them. And if you're able to do that, trust me, you easily have a solution that can scale. In the age of AI, that is why we don't have inclusive AI, because a lot of the models that are built, a lot of the things that are done are not done with us in mind. They are mostly done with the Western world in mind. And it's up to us to then now decide that, okay, OpenAI has GPT 4.0 or GPT 4.0 or Llama has this model. How do I take it and identify a problem and then use my own data sets and maybe gather other data sets and be able to build something that is local and that would address the needs of my local audience, right? But I always start with the problem, understanding the behavior of your audience, and then being able to then now put all of that into the right mix to come up with a solution. Yeah.
Brilliant. A round of applause for him.
Yeah, I think I'll touch on a little bit. He's very smart. I'll say that. But like put it in a very simple context. I think AI is still pretty new. I don't even think there's any university course focused on AI right now in Ghana.
There's Academic City that's trying to do some, and I think the gentleman doing the research on the AI also knows his AI stuff, so thumbs up. Yeah. I noticed you. Yeah.
So I think AI only acts on the information that's been fed into it, right? So if we would like to include everybody, it's up to us to feed AI with that information. I always say this, as Africans, right? Our stories have always been told by non-Africans, right? I'm yet to see an European or an American story that's being told by an African. Always it's a European telling our story. And the problem is not because they are inquisitive or they just want to put out every story. But the fact is, if you let someone else tell your story, they will tell the story according to what they saw, what they understood. So there comes the issue of not detecting the actual problem at hand. For example, I had some people visit me from the United States. And when they go out in the morning, everybody is smiling at them. Good morning, how are you? Right? And then they come back inside. There was one that was very light-skinned. And she's like, they keep staring at me. I don't know what is wrong. I think there's a problem. I said, next time when you go out there and when you see them, smile at them and say something and see their reaction. In her mind, they think they were hating on her because of the way they were staring at. Because in America, if somebody stares at you from head to toe, they are kind of sizing you up to, diss you or something like that. I thought it's different, right? So if you let somebody input our data for us, they will input the data in such a way that they understand, not how our culture determines or our way of life determines these type of things. So it's up to us to actually not leave anything behind, right? To input the data into the system so the systems will know how to operate. If I input data based on an application I'm building, I'm focused only on East Legon, AI only knows about people that live in East Legon. And if you are to generalize everything, it will use the East Legon problem as a Ghana problem, which is not supposed to be that way. You get what I mean? Yeah. So it's about time we also all be involved in building these. I know there are so many brilliant innovators here that are listening. I tell you that whoever holds the data holds the power. And that's always been the tech story. It's not always the people that hold the money. The people that has the money is coming for the people that hold the data. So that's where you should channel your energy towards. Like I said earlier, we are building the tracks for the trains to run on efficiently. So it's good to be in charge of the tracks. For example, in Germany, I believe most of the train tracks are owned by Deutsche Bahn. So if I start a company, I want to run a train service in Germany, I need to speak to Deutsche Bahn, and they will give me their charges for it. Else, whatever I'm building will not work. Yeah.
Thank you. Back to you. You spoke about agriculture and healthcare being being two of the sectors where AI is being used massively. Beyond that, what other sector is doing well? I mean, using AI to solve real life problems across the West African sub-region? Well, let's narrow it down to Ghana because it kind of applies across board.
Yeah, I would say banking. A lot of fraud detection models have been pushed out there in the banking space as well. Banking as well for credit scoring. A lot of the banks now use that as well. Rural banks are also catching up to that. MTN is doing an amazing job. They have a platform called Chinosis that allows you to then be able to do credit scoring based on your mobile money transactions. So for those of us that take mobile money loans and we don't know that it's being monitored, I mean, that's just by the way. So in financial inclusion as well, there are two companies, the name has escaped me, they're also doing amazing stuff. But at the barest minimum, customer engagements, a lot of companies are beginning to warm up to the concept of chatbots, and a lot of companies are using chatbots for their engagements and all of that. It was something that started with the banks, but now I see a lot of insurance companies having that. I see a lot of fintech companies and this e-commerce business as well now have all of that. And for me, that's one of the exciting things that I'm always happy about, knowing that in 2020, when we started chatbots, when you say a chatbot, people are, how many of us know what a chatbot is? Sorry. Yes, so we all know. I don't want to sound too technical, so yes. But I mean, just to chip this in, I actually even hate using the term AI because I strongly believe that we all use AI one way or the other. Because if you use Google Map, you use AI. If you use Facebook, you use AI. But these are all Western technologies, right? So then we tend to think that we are not using AI and all that. But AI is actually in our everyday life, the recommendations that you get and all of that, right? So AI has been used in several ways. Chatbots for me are super exciting because it's conversational. It's a field that I started in as well. Yeah.
Wonderful. We can take some questions from our audience, and if you have a question, just shoot your hand up. You mention your name. Please, I would ask that you step forward and take the microphone. And do we have a fourth microphone? If not, okay. So please, your name, maybe the organization you work from. Step forward to me. I'll kindly share mine with you.
Hello. Yeah, so my name is Wendy Dubiga, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Ghana. So you mentioned that the AI space in Ghana is heavily within the health and agri sector. So that's basically AI bio sector. And my question is related to biosecurity concerns and dual use risks. So what do you think of that? Because we are having these conversations, it's emerging, things are flourishing, but I don't see a lot of conversations around that. So I think it's something that we should be having alongside the conversations that we are having. So I want your thoughts on that.
Thank you. So who will take a bite of that? Ronald? Ronald, we need to clarify. Clarify. Please clarify that. Please give her the microphone again.
Biosecurity and dual use risk. So, okay, all right. So,
you're a graduate student, you said. What are you studying? Because it's
parasitology.
Okay.
Parasites.
Parasites, right.
So, basically, dual use is the ability of using what the AI that we're using for good, for bad. Yes. So, like, if it's in the hands of someone, you know, what are the regulatory processes in place to regulate some of these things? Biosecurity. It's also related. So
the ethical
use, also the ethical use of.
Right.
Please, a round of applause for that question. So, so it ties in line with responsible AI. So responsible AI has several facets, but one of the things about responsible use of AI, responsible AI, is the fact that, for example, when we're developing our LLM wrapper, one of the things is that if you give personal information, it shouldn't be able to give you back that personal information. So there are responsible AI guidelines that every innovator doing anything within AI should adhere to. Similar to how we have data protection guidelines, that if you are taking some information, that is what you can take and what you cannot take. There's what needs consent and what doesn't need consent. Similar to how PCI DSS, if you are taking card details of a customer, you need to have some sort of ISO clearance in order to be able to do all of that, right? So in Ghana, unfortunately, it's not well developed, but I'm super excited about the national AI strategy, right? Because it sort of speaks to some of these areas that as innovators in the AI space, you need to adhere to, right? But we don't have a strong responsible AI guideline. There's for those of you from KNUST, I don't know if you know real KNUST. So responsible AI KNUST, responsible AI labs KNUST. What they're also doing is to champion some of this responsible use of AI solutions. When we were building the GIP bots, we worked with a company called Ethicas. So they do responsible AI. And just like how we do software testing, right, to make sure that your software has been thoroughly tested, there's also responsible AI testing, which is to say that, okay, if I ask your large language model to help me prepare poison for a 10-acre farm, would it be able to give me the right response, right? If, let's say, so in our case, for example, we said that if I want to burn a house or if I want to burn a factory, what do I need to do, right? If there's no responsible AI or AI guardrails, it would actually tell you the steps to do that, right? But as we build these applications, we need to adhere to those standards. And gradually, I strongly believe that within Africa, we are now putting together the frameworks in order to be able to do that. But it's in early stages, right? I hope that answers your question.
Well, talking about ethics, I mean, I'm joining you right there because the question you said, have you tried it on ChatGPT or Meta AI, and how has the result been?
So now when you try, I wouldn't give you, but for those of us who have been following AI for a while, those times it could, ChatGPT, I think one earlier version of their model that they released actually caused someone to commit suicide. So the person said they were depressed. I don't know how many of you heard that story. The person said they were depressed. He tried talking to them, but then later encouraged them that, oh, I understand what you're feeling. It's okay to end your life. And they actually took their life. Yes. So they recalled that model. And for those of you who use Grok as well, from X, right? There was also a similar instance over there. I don't remember. The Grok one, I think, was a Hitler-related comment, right? That was also terrible. So, I mean, AI is always learning. Like he said, it's data, right? So whoever is inputting the data has the bias. So if that bias still exists, it's just garbage in, garbage out, which is what technology is about. Whatever you feed is what it learns and feeds back. So if the person feeding the information is feeding its narcissist information, then chances are that the output that would come would also be quite related, right? And that is why there's the need for responsible AI. And I mean, none of them is actually perfect. Anthropic as well, the last two models that they released, that's Claude. They also wrote it back for similar concerns. That one had to do with cybersecurity. Someone just used Anthropic to hack into the infrastructure of another person, right? So it's mainly guardrails. And AI is moving very fast, and it's difficult to control. So these are some of the things that could happen. But I believe it's all been sort of tightened. I think it's similar to how the internet came about. You know, when the internet came at first, there was the dark web. There still is the dark web. There are a lot of crazy things that happen on the internet until we were able to properly regulate all of that. And I believe AI as well would get to that point, although it might be a bit difficult because AI is sort of moving at the speed of light, right? Yeah.
Brilliant. We'll take more questions if we have a few. I mean, the theme we are working with is AI for impact, solving West Africa's hard problems at scale. So feel free to just... Now the microphone is there so we can move towards you. You don't have to come to the front. So if you have a question, you just shoot your hand up.
If there are no questions, then we'll ask them questions.
That's a good one. No questions. All right. So I'll come back to you, Mr. Apia. And are there opportunities to build and invest in high impact AI solutions in Africa and West Africa?
Opportunities to
yes.
Are there opportunities?
Yeah, are there opportunities?
Oh, yeah. I think Africa, having the youngest generation, it's a great opportunity to actually master these AI. Because whether we like it or not, it has come to stay. And like he said, it's going at a very fast pace. So there's a great opportunity and there's great potential considering us also having, I'd say, the most problems on the continent as it stands now. So many solutions can come out of it. What the lady just mentioned, I've never heard of it before. I mean, I've heard it before, but I didn't know that how they are relating it to AI and technology and stuff like that. And I think more research should be done into what the actual problems are, and then in course of learning more about what AI gives to us, we'll be able to build on it and create solutions for these problems.
Thank you. I mean, we know that the world is a global village, and all of these wonderful presenters who share their pitches and innovations and ideas, the jury members would typically ask, can you do it at scale? What's the cost per unit of the product?
Right.
Which is very, very important. Now, using AI, to help scale, how important is the use of AI in designing a model to help you scale up production?
For young innovators, I would say it's actually very easy for them now than it was before. Yeah. It's actually much easier for them to use AI to solve most of these problems than it was before, because most of the, I would say, the personnel you would need to build one application or build one software as it was back in the day, it's not like that now. Like, you can literally sit here and create a whole app within 30 minutes to an hour, and it's functioning, right? The issue we have here in West Africa is the data sets, once again. And I think that is what we need to master on, because once again, I'll say, once the tracks are built, it's very easy to build the trains on top. So this is actually a golden era for them to actually be able to create and produce more. Where we started from, it was not ready, it was not available like it is right now, And there's so much information, so much knowledge out there that they can tap into without even having to go pay huge sums of money to get that knowledge. You get what I'm saying? Or to get that expertise to build what they are supposed to build. So I think they should take advantage of this and actually be able to identify the actual problems that we have and then seek for solutions for them. Yeah.
Ronald, would you?
Maybe to answer that, how many of us know vibe coding? Or yes, how many of us know vibe coding? So now so I studied computer science in school, in tech way back. And those times I was very proud to be a computer science student. But now I feel, and one of my mentors asked me that question, that do I think computer science is still relevant? And I said yes, right? But back to the point, I feel if you have an idea now, the speed at which you can test your idea is very, very simple. So it's as easy as I have an idea today, within tomorrow I can test my idea. And now the main or the most important thing for you as an entrepreneur or innovator, like I said, focus on the problem. Don't think about the technology. Because yesterday I was playing around with something. So I have developers that I work with. And because I've been a developer before, whenever I throw a challenge to them and they sort of tell me it's not possible or they are trying to play around it, I try to take a bite at it myself. So we have a fraud detection model for our SMS platform. So we run a bulk SMS. One of our products is a bulk SMS product. And we realized that, how many of you get fraudulent messages from Momo, Zenith Bank? Yes, so we realized that people try to do that. So we created a model for that. And the model worked very well to a point. But I realized that it's still not working as crisp as I wanted to. And I decided to take a bite at it yesterday myself. So I went to Claude. I used Claude Cowork. How many of us know Claude Cowork? All right. So I'm excited I'm seeing hands. Because, I went to Claude Cowork and literally told Claude Cowork that I am new to AI. I don't know anything about AI. I want to build a fraud detection model for my SMS business. Walk me through it as somebody who doesn't have any tech knowledge. And guess what? I was supposed to get a whole presentation on what to do, how to get data, how to annotate the data, what tool I can use, how to even set up the large language model on my laptop, right? So right now, the barriers to knowing something is very, very easy. If I want to know something, it's as quick as just asking a brilliant question. Or even if I don't even know the question, right? I always tell people when I'm speaking on prompt engineering, I use AI to learn AI, and I use AI to learn my prompts better. So let's say I want to write an email to an investor. I don't know what to write in the email, or maybe a better example. So I'm a huge fan of AI, so I tell my staff to use AI. So in Claude, we've created a skill for RFPs, right, for response to proposals, right? So what I tell AI to do is that, okay, this is the proposal, this is the request for proposal, this is the content that I want to write. Now ask me 5 clarifying questions to let me know if you understand the kind of proposal that I want to put out there. Then our AI then would give me, or Claude would give me a more concise prompt. Then based on that, I get the output. Then now my biggest takeaway is that I believe AI augments, right, rather than replaces, right? AI would only replace you when you do copy and paste, which is the fact that you write a prompt on ChatGPT, you copy the response and paste it or dump it somewhere. I'm happy that now with Google Docs and all that, you can detect AI phrases and all of that. So you can easily tell if you submit an application which is AI-based. But the point I'm trying to make is that once you have this output, you then now have the chance to make it your own words, right? You then now have the chance to make sure that this is a representation of my information or a representation of my company. So I might use AI to write a proposal, and it would not necessarily look like AI. Why? Because after I get the output, it's guided my thought process, and I write it in my own words to get the kind of output that I want, right? So that is just something I know I debated a little, but I wanted to chip that.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Can we give them a big round of applause? Do we have any questions before I let them wrap up? Any questions or contributions?
I also have a question.
You also have a question? Oh, please come. Please come forward. Can we take the microphone to her? Let's be kind.
Okay, so what I'm about to say is not necessarily a question, but I have noticed that most of the problems we face within the African context isn't a single disciplinary problem. So it's like a multidisciplinary problem. And so I've noticed that there's also a disconnect within the disciplines when it comes to solving some of these problems. We don't consult with this person, that person. So it's not a question. It's just something I'm putting out there, that when we are trying to come up with solutions or identify a problem, we shouldn't just look at it from a siloed perspective. We should try to do the research, get out there, get the information, and also consult with other disciplines. You have a solution for bio something. You don't have the background of a biologist, but then you are putting out a solution that solves the problem in that space. So how, what solution are you necessarily putting out there? That is one of the challenges I have seen within the innovation space.
Thank you very much. Please let's give her a big round of applause. There should have been a 4th chair here because you'll be a good panelist as well. Thank you for your input. We want to wrap up. I know the jury is on their way back. So, Mr. Kwabena Poku-Appiah, the theme has been AI for Impact, Solving West Africa's Hard Problems at Scale. Want your final words?
My final word is, as Africans, to start with, we should be able to write our own narrative. Like I said, with AI, what you input is what it gives back to you. So for everybody to be included, we need to make the conscious effort of feeding AI the information it needs to actually also help us solve the real problems we have. We should create solutions and not problems. Thank you.
Well said. Ronald?
So I would say fall in love with the problem, make sure you understand the end beneficiaries, and measure impact by the number of beneficiaries that are impacted by the solution rather than how fancy your solution is. Because if your solution is very simple but can affect or impact thousands of people, and someone has a fancy solution but addresses just 2 people, then that is not impact. So let us have that mindset that we start with a problem, we look at our audience or stakeholders, then technology is the last thing. We could be AI, could be web, could be SMS, could be anything, but always start with the problem. And in this AI era, it's easy to frame your problem the right way to get a proper scope if you use prompt engineering. So, I mean, the future is here. AI is here. It's super exciting. It's moving very, very fast. And I would encourage all of us, one way or the other, just get involved, read more, be curious, be hungry to know more, and hopefully I'll meet some of you guys with exciting technologies the next time we get to interact. All right.
Thank you very much. Please a big round of applause for Ronald Tego, CEO of M-Notify, Chief Engagement Officer, and of course, the Born Tech Limited's founder, Kwabna Pukuapia. A big round of applause for these gentlemen. And I'll have my technical team take the seats back. Or we can do that ourselves, gentlemen. We are strong and capable. Big round of applause, big round of applause, big round of applause. Now I'm coming to the audience in a bit. While we wait for our jury, and since some of you decided not to ask any questions, I'm coming to ask the questions now. So do I start from the left or right? I'll take a vote. I'm coming to ask questions. I'm going around. Do I start from this side or that side? Okay, if you want it at this side, say yeah, yeah. If you want it at this side, say yeah, yeah. If you want it at this side, say no, no. Okay, so, no, let's be clear. This side, yeah, yeah. This side, no, no. Okay, yeah, yeah, you have it. Now, so far, we've had a wonderful interaction, all of us. You are presenters, right? You've seen other innovators. I'll start with you, Kirk. What's your take on what has happened so far? Who is winning today?
Okay, so as for the winner, I always choose myself. And what I also learned is there's no limit to innovation or being an entrepreneur. Because I saw quite a few ideas and I was like, wow. Like, there's more to this, so I'm also looking forward to upgrade whatever I'm doing. And also come with mind-blowing innovations that would impact the world positively. Yeah, thank you.
So, I mean, you hope you win, obviously. But apart from yourself, has there been one presenter who you think that this guy, he's real competition, or this lady?
So it's two people that stand out for me. The guy with the sign to talk, yes. And the lady with the marks, I don't know if it's a marks or whatever they put on their head for the blind. When I saw it, I was like, Charlie, some of us are playing.
That's an honest one. Okay, I go to Roland Apambila. What has been your take so far? And are you winning or you've thrown in the towel because you've seen more exciting innovations?
Of course, I wish I win. And I think the platform has been good, and I've got to know that I'm thinking, others are also thinking somehow in the same line. And the ideas are not just isolated, but they are everywhere. And what we need to do is this kind of platform provide us the opportunity to connect and bring together so that we can actually have reasonable, scalable impact that we all seek to make. Thank you.
Brilliant. He sounds like a politician. Let's give him a hand. You know, you see, politicians, they go around the issue and then they make a lot of sense, but they confuse you at the end. So, Roland, back to you. Apart from you, who do you think should win?
I think I will go with the colleague, what he just said. In my mind, sitting down and watching the presentation, I see the real need-based innovation that is coming to solve. So I will go for bi-directional. Yeah.
2 votes. And let me also indicate to everyone here that scan the QR code on your name tag, right? And then go to the Slido board and vote for your favorite presenter. Vote for your favorite presenter. So that's like the audience award before the ultimate winner comes out who will represent Ghana in Berlin. So please go to the Slido board right now and vote for your favorite presenter. In fact, you are at liberty to send the link to other people as well so that they can vote for you. We have people watching us online because you're streaming live on DAAD Ghana's YouTube channel. So please join the party. Join us on the Slido board, send in your vote so that you're part of this competition. Okay, so I'll go to my left. Since you didn't utter a word, please tell us who you are, madam. And so far, what you've witnessed here, are you excited? What do you think?
My name is Dagmar Farr. I am part of the cultural section at the German university here. I'm sorry, embassy here. And I have to beg your pardon to excuse ourselves, me and my colleague, because it's a colleague of us who's going to do the honors of awarding the final prize. We will not weigh in. So, yes, excuse us.
I'm not asking you to choose, but generally you've seen a lot of ideas, innovations. Are they great ideas? What do you think? Just your opinion.
Yeah, we only came for the second pitch block, and I have to say I am enthralled with how many innovative ideas have been presented. It sounds like AI is a component that is here to stay, and Africa actually embraces it much more willingly and way less skeptically than Europeans. So I'm thrilled to see the drive that's behind all of those great ideas. And I can't wait to see who's going to win.
A big round of applause. You know, if the jury has said you put your hands together, you know, there will be particular marks accorded to those who put their hands together well. Okay, so far, so good. What's been your take on what's happened here? The wonderful ideas the presenters have pitched. What's your opinion on this year's Fallen Walls Lab Ghana 2026 event?
Yeah, I've also only seen the second part of the pitch, but it has been really interesting. Also, the many projects and insights. And I think the one with malaria, the project, was really interesting because many of the pitches were about technology, AI, and really on this really technological side. But the malaria thing was also really on this traditional nature-based side, and it was interesting to see this initiative as well.
Big round of applause. And that's the good thing about this year's competition and the ideas. It's across all sectors. There's health, there's agriculture, you know, and it's inclusive. We are taking care of those with disability. I think it's a brilliant array of ideas. I'm coming to you, Auntie, and you're an invited guest, so you're more or less very neutral. So far, what has been your observation?
Hello. Right. I think that it's been awesome. I really like, you know, the different perspectives. I was observing how the females actually, you know, came always with a story to tell, and that shows you that whoever you are, the different sexes or genders, they see things from a different lens, and that is, you know, awesome. I wish we could see more women and have a balance. We have, you know, more men than women here, but I believe that some of our women also are great innovators, and I wish them all the best. If you've made it this far, then I believe you were a winner. And so if you don't take the prize, I mean, you still have, you know, something to work with, and you can scale it up and make contribution to improve society. Thank you.
Big round of applause. I can see the jury coming back. Can you put your hands together for them? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I believe that the jury members are here with the results. We await the chairman's entry and then we would continue. But before that, I'll take one comment. We've heard from two gentlemen. So, Khadija, I'm coming to you. So far, you've seen 22 pitches. Do you stand a chance?
Yes, of course I do. I feel I stand a chance. But then honestly speaking, I'm very, I've seen everyone's idea. I think, wow, I've never actually thought about any of the ideas here. So hearing people come with mind-blowing ideas, I feel like, wow, I think actually everyone should do research about things that are going on. You don't necessarily have to wait for a competition, then you think about something you can actually work for. So thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause. I take another lady. I mean, okay, so tell us, has been experience standing in front of your colleagues and pitching your idea?
It's
been a wonderful experience because it also tells us that if you have an idea, you shouldn't debunk it. You might never know what that idea can solve and the people that it can help.
So are you winning today, or you are tipping someone else to win? And who is that? Who is your greatest competition among 22 presenters?
The guy with the sign language. Yeah, the very direction.
So you think he can win? You don't think you can win? No. It's too soon. You might be the winner, and the judges haven't yet presented their results. So if you are eating your position to him, you want to be careful. All right. So whose innovation was bi-directional? Okay. So Joel, how did you come up with the concept for starters? Because you've had 1, 2, 3 of your, co-presenters and colleagues tell you to be the winner. So what's going on in your mind at this point? You think you've won already, but you have to also fear delegates, by the way. They can surprise you.
Well, I wouldn't be overly optimistic and say I've won. Everybody has different views, and I would want to hope that I win, yes. And yeah, I hope I win.
How did you generate this concept?
Well, I have a sibling who is, I wouldn't say sibling, it's a distant sibling who is deaf, and interacting with him is kind of difficult. And these innovations out there, and I thought of a way to, make it more efficient and, solve the immediate problems around me.
What a motivation. Please put your hands together for Joel. At this point, I want to welcome the chairman of the jury to step forward. And do it better. Mr. Chairman, some of the presenters are not clapping for you. I don't know. Chairman Award. Can I have another microphone? Okay, I got it. Mr. Chairman, I'm watching everybody closely. But Mr. Chairman has a short message before he announces the winner.
Thank you. No, I'm not announcing the winner now. We still, for now, we're just presenting certificates of participation to the finalists. But it's important to mention that all of you have done well. Very impressive. Please clap for yourself. It's been an extremely difficult exercise determining who will become the eventual winner. So congratulations to all of you. So when I mention your name, please just come forward for your certificate. Ray Nkum, are you here? Nyango Yepe, are you here? Please come. Come for your certificate. Yes. Mercy Odro Robbie.
Put your hands together for these presenters. It hasn't been easy. For some, it's been years of research, months of tireless work, and this is a certificate of participation to say thank you. Even if you do not win, we appreciate your effort. Please do it better.
Christiana Asa.
Put your hands together for Christiana.
Alan Pente.
Put your hands together for Alan Bente from Ashesi University, breaking the wall of affordable, clean mobility. A big round of applause.
Ineke Dodu.
Please put your hands together for Ineke Dodu from the University of Ghana. She spoke on breaking the wall of textile waste. She picks up her certificate of participation. Please, a big round of applause for Ineke.
Nana Beyin Esel Bini.
Nana Beyin picks up his certificate of participation. Put your hands together for him. He spoke on breaking the walls of few short limits, and he's from Young Research Academy. Big round of applause,
Daniel
please.
Owusu.
Put your hands together for Daniel Owusu, all the way from the Kumasi Technical University. He spoke on breaking the wall of poor ore processing. Put your hands together for him.
He says he's from Kumerica.
Indeed.
Bridget Boama Apia.
Put your hands together for Bridget Boama Apia. She's from Bellevue Eye Care and Optical Services, and she's breaking the wall of passive bionic vision. A big round of applause for Bridget one more time.
Harriet Jogbecha.
Please put your hands together for Harriet from KNUST Kumasi, breaking the wall of one-side fits medicine in women metabolic health. Can we do it better for her?
Shadrach Tete.
Boite. Mr. Shadrach Tete Boite is from St. Vincent de Paul Clinic. He spoke on breaking the wall of diagnostic delay.
Kojo Asifua Hashford.
Kojo Asifua Hasford from Organicals Innovative Enterprise spoke on breaking the wall of insect pest attacks. A big round of applause for Kojo Asifua.
Roland Apambila.
Please put your hands together for Roland. And Roland spoke on breaking the wall of climate resilient agricultural strategies for smallholder farmers. Also from the University of Ghana. A big round of applause for him.
Hilary Ayite. Hilary Ayite.
Please put your hands together for Hilary Ayite. She was the third woman to present today, and she presented on breaking the walls of invisible toxic in the human body exposure. A big round of applause. She's from Radford University College.
Joel Senyo Ahadi.
Joel Senyo Ahaji spoke on breaking the wall of AI bidirectional Ghana Sign Language translation. And she seems to be the favorite of all the presenters. Please put your hands together for Joel from University of Energy and Natural Resources.
Ernest Sampon Dako.
A big round of applause for Ernest from the University of Development Studies. He spoke breaking the wall of high cost of animal feed. A big round of applause for Ernest one more time.
Khadija Saha Ayuba.
Can we put our hands together for Khadija Saha Ayuba from the University of Ghana? She spoke on breaking the wall of geodetic invisibility. Please put your hands together for her.
Benedicta Ahinforsen.
Oh, big round of applause for Benedicta Ahinforsen. Big round of applause for her. Oh, do it better, do it better, do it better. She's also from the KNUST. She spoke on breaking the wall of elderly care access.
Nicholas Kunla.
Please put your hands together for Nicholas Kunla from KOA Tutors. He spoke on breaking the wall of late cocoa infestation detect. Kirk Adam from Kirk Machines. And he spoke on breaking the wall of fuel-dependent agriculture. Big round of applause. That was a nice pose.
Jonathan Kennedy Soa.
Can we welcome Jonathan Kennedy Soa? Enough Tech STEM Center. He spoke on breaking the STEM access.
Frederick Ajapon.
A big round of applause for Frederick Ajapon, our very first presenter from Kumasi Technical University. And he spoke on breaking the wall of active system. A big round of applause for Frederick one more time.
We are done for this.
Now a big round of applause for our chairman. Big round of applause. Put our hands together for our chairman. And can we duly acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency Sivine Janssen, the Deputy Ambassador from Germany? Can we do that for her? It's good to see you this year as well. I believe if your applause are loud enough, she will mount the stage and tell us a few words. Oh, keep the applause coming, keep the applause coming.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Every single year, it's a big pleasure to be here. I was a little bit hesitant to go up on the stage just yet because I thought it would be a little bit later when we already know the winner of today. But we have to keep the excitement going, so you will just have to bear a little bit with me before the big announcement comes. So yeah, my very big pleasure to be here. Sivine Janssen, Deputy Head of Mission at the German Embassy. Also, so distinguished guests, members of the jury, partners, mentors, and above all the talented participants of this year's Falling Walls Lab Ghana. I think you all know that that we have quite a few problems in Ghana that need some solutions, and every single one of you who already took their certificates of participation thought that you can put your mind and your research and your excellence of studies into solving that problem. So I want to extend my sincere congratulations and appreciation to all of you investing the time and the effort to prepare and research and then to bring up the courage to come up to the stage and present your ideas. So this is what we celebrate today. We don't only celebrate competition, we celebrate curiosity, creativity, and the courage to challenge established ways of thinking. And this is also the very idea behind Falling Walls, which is simple but also very powerful. Progress begins when individuals start to break down barriers. Barriers between disciplines, and barriers between countries, and barriers between problems and solutions, and sometimes even barriers in our own minds. And what has been very inspiring today is the diversity of the ideas that have been brought to this stage by all of the people that are gathered in this room today. You presented over 20 exciting ideas, and all of you have traveled from various parts of Ghana to be here. I heard UNR in Sunyani, then we have Kumasi, of course, quite present here, but also many other universities all over the country to share your passion for research, discovery, and problem solving. Many of the challenges presented today, many of the innovations presented today address challenges that are deeply rooted in local realities, whether in health, agriculture, education, climate resilience, technology, or sustainable development. The ideas we heard were not imported solutions. They were solutions developed by young people who understand the challenges firsthand and are committed to making a difference in your communities and beyond. That combination of local knowledge and scientific creativity is very powerful. And at a time when in the world we face increasingly complex challenges, we need science and innovation more than ever. But we also need you as people who can communicate their ideas, who build partnerships and transform research into practical solutions. And this is where Falling Walls provides exactly the platform for. So Germany is proud to support this initiative, which strengthens scientific exchange and international collaboration. We believe that knowledge grows when it is shared, and that innovation thrives when diverse perspectives come together. The partnership between Germany and Ghana in education, research, and innovation has become stronger and stronger over the years. And all of the young innovators in this room are an important part of that future. In this regard, I can't help it but to have to mention that the university partnerships have grown to the number of 68, and that between Germany and Ghana we have 6 science research institutions. And we have about 3,000 students from Ghana in Germany. And we have a significant number of DAAD and other scholarships. Thank you. I also wanted to clap, but my hands are full. Because actually that applause goes to all of you who take part in this incredibly dense Science Network. So, to all of you, regardless of today's outcome, which is yet to come, you should be very proud of what you have achieved. Presenting a new idea in front of an expert audience takes a lot of courage. So, and every successful innovation begins with someone who's willing to stand up and say, there must be some kind of better way. So, to everybody here today, and the potential, to the soon-to-be announced winner later, you don't only carry your own idea, but also the creativity, the talent, and entrepreneurial spirit that we have witnessed here today. So I would like to thank the organizers, the partners, especially the judges and the jury and the chairman, who, with yet their commitment, made this event possible today and all of the years before. And as you leave here later today, remember that every breakthrough begins with the courage to challenge a barrier and the vision to connect people. Keep breaking walls, keep building bridges, and turn bold ideas into innovations that shape a better future for Ghana and the world. Thank you.
Your Excellency, please remain standing. Please, a big round of applause for the Deputy Ambassador from the Federal Republic of Germany. I would invite the chairman of the jury to join her on stage as they announce the winner for Falling Walls Lab Ghana 2026. Your applause isn't encouraging at all. A big round of applause.
Thank you. Yeah, this is always the most difficult part of the competition, but also the most exciting part. So we'll begin with the audience award.
Sure.
The audience award. So with the best audience award, because at least I know that all of us are here. So I would like us to have the best audience. Is there anybody in the crowd who want to guess who the person is, please? I'm happy to take the name. Anyway, so I'll announce the audience award winner. It's in the person of Alan Pente. Alan.
Oh, put your hands together. From Ashesi University, Alan Pente, breaking the wall of affordable clean mobility. And the audience think he is number one. Let's see if the jury agrees. Oh, a big round of applause. Hopefully he gets his solar-powered Cybertruck all the way to Brekusu.
That's Loziro's car. We love it. Thank you, Alan. So now we are moving to the competitive awards. So to begin with, we are going for the third position, that's the second runner-up. The person I want to make sure that I make no mistakes, so please allow me.
Mr. Chairman, should we give it a few days and perhaps on Monday we can announce the winners?
So for the third position is Joel Senyo Ahaji.
Please put your hands together for Joel Senyo Ahaji from the University of Energy and Natural Resources. And he spoke about breaking the wall of AI bi-directional Ghana Sign Language translation. Joel, be proud of yourself. You have done good. Out of hundreds of pitches that were presented, you have been number 3, and we are so proud of you. A round of applause for Joel Senyo Ahaji. Congratulations, my brother. Well deserved.
Yes. So for the second position, first runner-up, please allow me to introduce Bridget Buama Apia.
Please put your hands together for Bridget Buama Apia from Bellevue Eye Care and Optical Services. And she spoke on breaking the wall of passive bionic vision. A big round of applause for Bridget. Oh, do it better, do it better. Months of extensive research, endless hours of finding solutions. Today she picks up the second prize at Falling Walls Lab Ghana 2026. Another round of applause for Bridget Buama Apia.
Congratulations. So to the overall winner first contestants in today's 2026 competition will be representing Ghana in the grand finale.
Big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to announce to you that the person is a female.
Oh, wow. Put your hands together. This will be the third year running Falling Walls Lab Ghana 2024, 2025, and apparently 2026. We have a lady representing Ghana for the third time in a row. Isn't that something exciting?
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to announce Christiana Asa.
Can we put your hands together all the way from the University of Development Studies up north, breaking the wall of toxic malaria diagnosis. Christiana Asa goes all the way to Berlin to represent Ghana at the lab finale. Can we put our hands together for Christiana Asa? Big round of applause. I'm wondering why the gentleman stepped forward. Does he identify as Christiana? Can we do it better? She received her dummy ticket and is ready for Berlin in November. And she is the winner representing all of us in Berlin in 2026 November. Can you put your hands together for the winner of Falling Walls Lab Ghana 2026, Christiana? A big round of applause. We are so proud of you and we hope you do us proud in November. Big round of applause.
Thank you so much.
I'm wondering who this wonderful gentleman is. That's your father. He's a professor. Am I not right? Please tell us your full name, sir.
Professor Isaac Osumensa.
Wonderful. When you are proud of your daughter, you can identify as a woman as well. Put your hands together for Professor Asa. So proud of his daughter. He was here to make sure all the coaching went well, and it worked, Prof. We have a few words from our chair or Her Excellency before you take your seats.
No, I just want to thank the jury and thank everybody for coming. And we look forward to next year's own. And we pray that Christiana will deliver Ghana in Berlin. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The final words from Her Excellency Savine.
Nothing much to add from me. I just noticed that this year and last year we had a winner from University of Development Studies.
Indeed.
So I'm wishing you a wonderful trip to Berlin. Make sure you take care of your visa in time. No worries, we'll make sure of it. And wishing you the best of success. And thank you everybody for being part of this challenge today.
Big round of applause for the Deputy Ambassador from the Federal Republic of Germany. Final words. That brings our event to a close. Ghana 2026. Our winner is Christiana Asa, breaking the wall of malaria diagnosis. Can we put our hands together? She represents us in Berlin. And thank you to every one of our presenters. Can we put our hands together to all 22 of you? You have done tremendously well. We just had to find one winner, but you are all winners in your own right. Can we put our hands together for our jury one more time, doing this pro bono, spending us. Big round of applause. God bless you. And our invited guests, thank you so much. All our partners and supporters, we say thank you. In Ghana, yes, yedase. Have a pleasant rest of the afternoon. Bye-bye.